Can't see. You're not streaming the team. You're not screaming the stream. Oh. There we go. Good evening, good morning, everyone.
Go ahead, man.
I am Superfern, bringing you today Hi Ink 2. And I am followed by my dear old friend from Xylo, from Luau, Kenan. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic today, you know what I'm saying? I got that good workout this morning. I'm filled with adrenaline still. I'm ready for Hi Ink 2. I'm ready to see some amazing Splatoon 2 gameplay from the teams that were handpicked to play in this exclusive tournament. This is the second edition, by the way. The first edition was a couple months ago, and that was crazy. Well, actually, Hi Ink was like more than a couple months ago now, but like that was crazy. So I'm fully expecting some crazy stuff to happen today.
I'm expecting from this team, I'm actually doing a little bit of research in the background right here. We got Unlimited Women's United versus the Deep Fried Gritters, the Division 4 team versus the Division 3. Obviously, every time I do say who is the strongest team, I always get canceled on Twitch because they lose their points. So take my bet with the grain of salt. And at the same time, one of those teams actually plays meta weapons and they prioritize not necessarily the same. But yeah, on Rainmaker Black Belt Escape, I am expecting one of those teams to bring the Jet Scorcher. I am expecting 52 Gao and Zap and Neo Splash. Kenan, do you think that team is gonna have a fun time or no fun time playing meta weapons?
I mean, it really depends. I mean, meta weapons, like everybody has seen them before. We know what to expect. However, it does depend on the player, right? Like, different players have different play styles, etc., etc. So we're always in store to maybe see something new, you know what I'm saying? And Black Belly Rainmaker is always the map mode combination that can swing back and forth very quickly. It really probably just depends on like which team can gain the advantage first, you know what I'm saying? But we're going to be heading straight into this match right now. So we're gonna be seeing what, you know, sort of meta weapons this team brings to the table right here. As we see the Flingza Roller coming out, I love that pick. You know I'm a big fan of Flingza Roller right here. And on the other side, we see the Squeezer, Nautilus, Grey Zap, and the Missile Splatter Shot. So yeah, that is a pretty meta comp, and we see Optic Players all around on that team as well. So they do get the first pop on the Rainmaker right away, and they're able to, well, actually maybe try to make push. They do pop armor really quickly too. Fern, what do you think's gonna happen right now, bro?
Well, to be fair, the Tetris is trying to get the picks important in order to enable, because so far just the K-Shot is behind the enemy line, trying to not get picked by two players and pushing very aggressively. The Jet Scorcher is just going for the second Stingray, while the Rainmaker got a little bit stuck under the heels of the Black Belly. But at the same time, Deep Fried Grillers have the upper hand. Sorry, not Deep Fried Grillers. I'm sorry. Unlimited Women's United. I'm not gonna say just the acronym that is the UW and U, because then I'm gonna get
Ubu, you know you're referring, bro. Okay.
I'm not gonna say it. I refuse to say it. But they got a very beginning of a lead with a very well push. Just the Rainmaker that didn't choose the correct path in order to get even more to the 38 points mark.
Yeah, but that first push from I'm just gonna say Ubu. Yeah, so they pushed it pretty far. Well, not too far to the 58 mark. Looks like they were trying to rush it a little too far. But actually, I'm getting a nice pick onto Kalana over here as the purple team's going to take the Rainmaker and try to avoid the Stingray. However, both get stuck in a little puddle of ink, and that allows the Stingray to get that pick. As we're kind of going to reset into kind of a neutral position. However, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like the Deep Fried Octolings actually have pretty good control over mid right now. But it's going to be Unlimited Woomy United to be picking up the Rainmaker. It looks like they might get a good push going on as it turns into a 3v2 situation, bro.
On the Rainmaker, getting closer and closer to the ledge. They might go for the ramp. They do go for the ramp. They get the 38 points that I had mentioned previously. The missiles do make the K-Shot get a little bit before. It's just a Rainmaker getting closer to the 9 points mark. Oh my god, this is already going very nicely for Unlimited Woomies. And I honestly would say that I hope Deep Fried Gritters have a strategy to deal with the Stingray that is going to be popping off constantly from the Jet Scorcher every time they try to push, or else they're going to have into deep trouble. Even though they have a very aggressive comp and 4 specials, it's just a matter of like how they're going to do it.
Yeah, that definitely was not a favorable position for these 5 Octolings to be in, because with Uru having the custom Jet Scorcher on their side, they can literally just stall out the game for this next 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Just like you mentioned, here comes the Stingray. Every time Deep Fried Octolings wants to make a push. That Stingray is going to come out and it's going to stall their push even further. However, the Jet Squelcher does go down, but the Flanger just drops down and just gets two, actually. The Flanger just coming through with the clutch double, getting two people on the side of D5 Octolings, and it's going to go back to Team Uwu. I'm just going to say Team Furry from now on. That's what you guys kind of are right now with that team tag, you know what I'm saying? but that was a good stop from the Flanger roller. That was a really risky play, but it ended up working out in the end.
Honestly, just my question is like, how do you allow a Flingza player to do that? Like, that's okay. The Flingza player is allowed to get one pick, but getting two, that's just. I would say the Deep Fryers were not ready to receive that kind of aggression, and that's why I see them not being able to push in. When they had 4 specials, they managed to get the Jet Scorcher, which most likely wasn't in a good positioning, so that was the way it didn't last that long. We do see the combo with the bubble getting one, but the Suction Mob almost gets the Rainmaker. At the same time, here comes the Stingray once again. The bubbles do make a little bit of a hard job for the Stingray to know where they are aiming, but at the same time, it wasn't much of a deal, and just the Rainmaker gets spotted in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Akashi actually did a good job right there. Actually, I noticed Akashi was hiding behind the Rainmaker pedestal, actually. So the Inkjet, you noticed that D5 Octolings had an Inkjet in the air. They couldn't get a clear shot on Akashi to get that Stingray to stop firing at the Rainmaker. So again, with only 54 seconds remaining, D5 Octolings is sent back to mid. Unfortunately, Uzi goes down. But again, another Stingray coming up from the Jet Squelcher is just preventing D5 Octolings from really making any progress right now. And again, with time ticking down, they really just need to get a push going. They only really have one special online, and that's really the only special period, actually. But as you can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen, the Jet Squelcher is really quickly getting the Stingray again, so D5 Octolings is going to have to get a move on right here if they want to get anything done.
25 seconds remaining on the clock already. This match was flying for me. I honestly now just Yumi's United throwing bombs straight away. The Jet Scorcher is already taking defensive positions to get ready for using the Ray. We have already 3 specials. The Tetris unfortunately will go down, and no splashdown missiles have been deployed, and now we see just Akashi here waiting for the Stingray. Hang on guys, I have that all handled, so don't worry, I'm just going to find the missiles into the Shining Victory Beam, and that's it.
Yep, that's it. And D5 Octolings unfortunately did not see that flank coming through. So game 1 on Rainmaker Black Belly is going to be going to Team Furry, aka Uwu Unlimited Woomy's United, in a pretty dominant fashion actually. They got the lead that they wanted. They got a pretty sizable lead too actually. And that just provided Akashi with the custom Jet Sculptor to kind of just like sit back, take position, and 7 Stingrays coming out from Akashi too literally made it nearly impossible for D5 Octolings to really make any sort of quick movement right there.
Very quick move indeed. And also, do we have the maps for this tournament? Because I'm a little bit. Oh yeah. Also, it's actually quite interesting to see the screen revealing all the players. Because we had to go for it, and we actually can see the players' weapons choice on the stream cannon. We do have quite a variety of weapons. Like we do see the 96, we do see the Crab Pit. We do see
actually.
And Vanilla Splatter Shot as well. Or someone forgot to put the T-Tech, but I don't think that's the case. Squiffer is also here. Dynamos, Blob, the Light Tetras, even though we saw the Dark Tetras. So someone here is cheating. It's playing a different weapon. Even the Vanilla Carbon is here.
This is me just being biased, but I kind of like the the Vanilla Splatter Shot because Burst Bombs I think work really well with weapons. Unfortunate that's paired with probably the worst special in the game, Splashdown. I mean, it sounds cool, looks cool, but ultimately it's kind of bad. But you are right, we do have a pretty wide variety of weapons on each team. I do see an Arrow Spray actually on Akashi's weapon list. I don't even see the C-Jet that they were playing on that Rainmaker match, but we're going into this next match on Clamblitz Piranha Pit, which, you know, Clam's Pit, it's a very, I wouldn't really say straightforward map, but it's pretty broad. The main thing is obviously like having control of both conveyors, honestly, before anybody manages to make a push right now. But in terms of the weapon choices, like people tend to prefer more long-range weapons. You don't really see too many short-range weapons. I love to see the Glugas dualies come out. Actually, I think the V Glugas might be able to do some good on Clamblitz Piranha Pit.
No, the I agree with that with the V Googles, and especially because you need a specific weapon to do two things when you are supposed to defend and trying to take the enemies away from your basket. You're supposed to make a lot of noise coming from the higher ground, and then some of the enemy team has to go around and flank from behind. That's like guaranteed strategy. 90% of the time will work, and you'll be able to stop the push. We see the Googles, but it's the baller one, right? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean the baller one. I mean I can understand. I'd probably say like both of them might be pretty good on this map, but baller one might be just like more reliable, especially since like mines don't really do too much, especially on a big map like this. So I can understand the Gloogadooly's deco choice. I just see the teams just kind of like feeling each other out right now. We do see VJet coming out on the side of Team Furry, and as well as Vanilla Squiffer too. It's a really interesting choice. I love seeing some Squiffer gameplay. That was the Squiffer God, and Symphony too. We didn't forget about you over there in the EU. But it seems like Deep Fried Octolings is going to be making the first push here. As Bolt immediately pushes in, getting the first slam in right now as more clams are coming in from the side of Deep Fried Octolings, just trying to avoid these missiles. Unfortunately, the squeezer goes down inside Deep Fried Octolings, but Team Furry is going to have to do something to get them out of their clan basket before they score anymore.
The Booyah Bomb is being announced. The Squiffer gets a nice shot on the Google Deco, and it's already two people down from the enemy team. Inkjet and Bubbles are not in a good position to use them. Obviously, the Inkjet would be quite more useful if they had the higher ground and they had a little bit more turf in the armor, but at the same time it was very nice to saving that special for possibly counter pushing. And here comes Woomy's United with the baller and an armor push, but unfortunately Google Deco gets splattered once again. 52 getting at least a very luck RNG on one of the Woomy's United players, and at the same time here comes the Inkjet from the Nautilus, gets cancelled by the Gloogadooly's who just respawn, but the bubbles are just protecting them to the point that they can just score another 20 points.
Yeah, so Deep Fried Octolings look like they have like a lot more control on this match compared to that Rainmaker match, Team Ulu, they're really gonna have to do something in order to get a lot of control back into mid here. But if we took a look at their weapon comps, no team has like an absurd amount of paint. They're actually kind of the same. We got like the Anzap, and we know how well 52 can paint. Flingza, Squiffer, and the VJ can paint very well also. So it may look like Team Ulu may have a little bit of the advantage here in terms of painting power. The Axiom popping the baller, but it has to explode immediately due to the baller's nerf being able to be popped a lot easier by every single weapon in the game. Team Ulu is gonna have to probably like combine their specials or something to just like get back into their baskets. As we can see, the Deep Fried Octolings were just like actually it seems like they're gonna be doing that because they were all backed up towards the basket, but they're in a 2-down situation here. So this is looking like it's going to be Team Ulu's chance.
I love seeing those two walls fighting against each other. You have a wall, I have a wall. And finally we have the Furry team managing to score. The Nautilus trying to do the flank from behind, trying to stop the push. They managed to get at least control of the basket, and it's just the Googles trying to fight against the Squeezer on a very tight spot. Jumping doesn't seem an opportunity, but they managed to do it just in time. That was a very well placed, there was a very well maneuver from them to jump out and get a little bit more safe position in saving that, because at the same time you don't want to get splattered. You do want to take risky position, that's fair, but getting splattered yourself doesn't make it worse at the long run. Very well maneuvered, and now we see the 52 that managed to get two very important picks, trying to engage with the Flingza, but unfortunately on a 3v1 situation it assists on that pick, and that's going to be very dangerous for Woomy's United, which is so far just 16 points behind, which requires at least 2 power clams. Honestly, I would say that even though they are spamming missiles with the Jet Scorcher, the important picks are being big from Woomy's United at this point. They are much better at this point, getting a very good pick on the Squeezer, but at the same time they are not getting to a position that they are comfortable in to start their own push. That was like the point why if they had paid attention to the Nautilus behind them at in the previous attempt, they could at least manage to get even more and more points.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Furry, aka Team Ulu, shoutouts to Acme. I know you like Uluing at me all the time. It's really weird, but whatever. Anyways, so it looks like they're oh, never mind. They actually turn to a 3v3 situation with not V trying to maintain mid with the threat of the one-shot Squiffer right now. But it looks like the teams are going to be resetting to neutral, at least for now. But with only 45 seconds left remaining, Team Uwu is going to have to make something happen if they want to be getting that lead. Because it's not that bad, because they just need to score one power clam and just like get maybe like 9 in or something to maybe get the lead. Popping armor as they see the Nautilus goes down. Another one goes down right now, actually. 30 seconds remaining. There's just a squeezer in the 52 left. But the 52 is just popping Booyah by the clan basket. Navi's a little bit out of position here, and the 52 takes advantage of that and takes them down. Come back up, gets Akashi as well. With Uzi going down too, really unfortunate. That was their big chance. But D-Fried Octolings definitely coming through and making something happen, taking out Axiom as well. With only 10 seconds left, it looks like that may going to be the game unless they can somehow able to make a power clam with 5 seconds left. But it looks like it's not going to be just that. And with only 2 seconds remaining, Kalana's just going to go ahead and score that clam. And the second game is going to be going to the Deep Fried Octolings. Very good gameplay from them.
I will say, I think what happened in terms of general gameplay, Women's United should have stayed less in mid and more on the sides of the conveyor belts, at least a little bit more, because the Booyah Bomb from the 52 was very threatening in terms of dispersing. Since they were all concentrated in mid, we saw the Jet Scorcher trying to get the ball and at the same time rushing in, but because there wasn't much of proper control of mid, and then with the Squiffer engaging as the aggro player, trying to engage the 52 after using the Booyah Bomb, either the Squiffer had to be the best Squiffer player of all time and not miss the shot after the 52 had landed, or they needed a Squiffer in a different position, and then the Gluglas should have been the one pushing from the conveyor belt, since they have way more mobility to deal with the RNG and the short range.
Yeah, but D-Fried Octolings did very, very well taking advantage of their extra range as well as killing power too. They definitely had a little bit more of that. They made sure that Team Uwu did not get too much control in mid. They did at first, but they were able to provide solid defense in order to get them away from their clan basket, and they were able to keep good control, at least good enough control in mid for the rest of the game in order to secure that game. But we're going to be going on to Game 3 on Manta Maria Tower Control. Now, for this map, the main thing, in my opinion at least, is to have those top bunkers controlled, especially when you're making a push around that second checkpoint. Just having somebody on top of that bunker, making sure nobody can come through to disrupt that second checkpoint is going to be key here. Not totally sure if Glugas will really have that much use. Maybe the V Glugas with the Inkjet might be a good choice. However, with the power of the 52 gal, that may be rendering that may be a little bit ineffective. But we're going to be going ahead and starting on this last match of this set on Manta Maria Tower Control. We're going to be seeing if any of these teams have made any changes to their comps right now. But we do see... Wait, what?
Lush, Google, Decker, and Dynamo.
Okay. So, anyway, we see Akashi pulling out sticking with the weird weapons again. I mean, I respect that. I love weird weapons myself. And I'm an avid Neo Sploosh fan, but Akashi's coming through with the Neo Sploosh. Obviously the main strategy used to be using missile spam. We'll see how well that works out for Team Uwu, as the teams are going to be trying to settle in mid, trying to play some neutral game right here with Axiom on the Kenta Gluga dualies with Fizzy spam as well. So it looks like Team Uwu is going for special and sub spam. We'll see how well that works out then, but unfortunately they go 2 down pretty early, Fern.
Well, now I was trying to understand what the Kenta Gluga was going to do, because the Nautilus was watching bunker. At the same time, that's fair. You want to get some engagement on the bottom, but at the same time, you need to get that weapon away from there. So I would have done, instead of the Kenta Glugas, I would try to at least pressure him with sub-weapons and then going forward, because the Nautilus would have to have a little bit of fallback and get into safety to the point that the Kenta Glugas could have been a little bit more aggressive at the bottom without the danger of getting faked.
Yeah, so what I would like to see, especially since they have a Dynamo, the Dynamo would be very threatening if the Dynamo was to ever get onto the bunker of D-Fried Octolings, because Dynamo fall off is absolutely insane. But instead, we see the gray Enzap over on the bunker instead, getting a nice pick on the Nautilus too. Uzi getting a nice pick as well onto Bolt. turning into a 3v2 situation, definitely in favor of Team Furry, going onto the second checkpoint. Uzi's almost had that Booyah Bomb too, which is going to further delay DeFi Octolings from stopping this push from going. Unfortunately, Broke drops down straight into Uzi's loving arms, man, just getting that crazy pick onto Broke and continuing this assault as Team U is going to get the second checkpoint too. That's probably the hardest checkpoint besides maybe the last one on Manta Maria, but that's definitely the one that's the most important.
Completely agree, and I'm trying to understand what was happening. Oh, here comes Akashi. Akashi's gonna be fating the base entirely and just spamming missiles. Let's go, Akashi. Come. Ah, Akashi goes down. That's unfortunate. And 4 specials from Deep-Fried Octolings. This is a very tight situation with now 2 players down and Akashi just being able to respawn. That means just 1 player is in position to actually stop the tower. At this point, they should be aware to not engage carelessly, and probably the only thing that can actually help them with the missiles from Akashi coming in for sure, and the Booyah Bomb will be used to stop the tower. Very well coordinated push in terms of like trying to stop the players. Here comes Nearest push going for the aggression, but unfortunately they had armor and jumps to 3v1. This is not looking good for a boy Akashi. Oh no, they break the last check. Oh, they have 41. It's just the ends up, but they cannot go back to the tower. That is indeed a very good defense from the furry team.
That was incredible. I don't know how they stopped that. Maybe it was their furry power was activating or something to just stop that, literally like 3-4 points away from losing the lead, but they do end up retaining their lead, which is great because that actually reset Deep-Fried Octolings going back into their spawn. However, unfortunately, Uzi goes down to the Squeezer, unfortunately pushing up a little bit too far with Squeezer range, able to take out the Dynamo while staying within a safe distance between Dynamo's reach, but control in mid is still in favor of Team U as Deep-Fried Octolings is trying to best push back into mid, and somebody was in the base. I want to guess it was Akashi, as Akashi just like going ham, just like painting everything that they can get their hands on in order to get some more missiles. As we look in the top right of the screen, Akashi actually has spammed 7 missiles before. A little bit maybe low for a Neo boost, but I can understand where they're coming from, especially from that last play. It was kind of like a last-ditch effort, no pun intended, to try to get that, to try to prevent Deep-Fried Octolings from getting that lead. However, Control of Mid's going to go back to Deep-Fried Octolings as they're going to try to make the second attempt at getting that lead with only a minute left remaining.
That is indeed getting to the... Oh, there's a nice splatter crushing by the roll by the Dynamo. Okay, very good. But at the same point, it seems that Deep-Fried Octolings is trying they're indeed like one last big push, and Women's United are just to the point that they have to find a place where they can just neutralize it as much. The good luck with what I'm saying is that they are not safe. We just saw the 52 go down once again, but the Squeezer has been such an annoyance trying to get the tower. Bubbles coming in pretty aggressive, but at the same time is now the Squeezer the one right in the tower, and it gets a good trade in favor of Yumi's United, with they managing just to get 1 more point on the lead. And nice flick from Woozy. 15 seconds on the clock. What can happen?
Yeah, Broke was unfortunately stuck in the Inkjet too, so they weren't able to get back to the tower. And Akashi was I was extremely lucky to not get picked off there as well, because if Akashi would have gotten picked off by the Nautilus, it might have been a little bit bad. But however, it's only the Nautilus left, and Team Uwu, aka Team Furry, is going to take this last game on Manta Maria Tower Control with their highly unorthodox comp. You don't see a comp like that too often, but we love to see it. And like I mentioned before, I was expecting to see some crazy Splatoon 2 gameplay, and I definitely got it, as Nazi is going to top right with 14 KA. Akashi only getting 2, but Akashi was playing a pretty supportive role with the Neo Sploosh, getting 9 missiles right there to support their team, and it actually ended up working out in the end, as Team Uwu, aka Team Furry, was able to hold on to that lead, and this set is going to go to them. Very well done, but very well gameplay to both teams.
As I was saying, I did jinx it once again, so I already looking at the comments because I knew it was gonna happen. I already see 2 people say, "My points! Oh no, I am broke." Well, I'm sorry to say that you don't need to listen to me. You lost your points on your own. I actually just...
You never listen to Fern. Why would anybody ever listen to you, bro?
I mean, they lost points. There was even one day that I think someone in the IPL server lost like about how much? About 9,000 points. But at the same time,
Popgun losing a lot of points one day too.
I think it was Popgun, maybe. I think it might have been Popgun. Because I did I did tell them, oh, this is a Division 3 versus the Division 8 team. Of course, like, take this with a grain of salt. So I did mention who they were. I did mention who they, how they play, but at the same time, most people bet on the Division 3. No refunds! You... Popcorn is making fun of me in the chat. I'm pretty sure. I'm reading the chat. I'm having too much fun. Anyway, going back to the... Where was I? Oh yeah. So this is a best of 3, right? Oh yeah, we have to do we have to do our obligation, the talking points. So let's do. Do you have the talking points with you, Ken, or do you want me to read it to you?
We have to be professional. I do have the High Ink 2 comms doc on me, but you can go first.
So launch point tomorrow. Launch point Draft Cup 7 is quickly approaching. The teams have been made and are raring to start the battle on Sunday, December the 5th, 5 p.m. UTC. Make sure you tune into the stream as there's a big announcement to come. You won't want to miss it. It's probably gonna be Popgun announcing a new hair product. A new hair pro?
What? I hate you. Oh my god. Anyway, besides launch point, which is tomorrow, we also have Low Ink in December 2021. This is the last month of the year, so you really don't want to miss out on one of the biggest low-level tournaments in the Splatoon community. Low Ink 2 is a monthly 2-day tournament that takes place on weekends. It also helps newer and lower teams get their feet off the ground by banning teams above a Lodi Division 4 or equivalent. You can also tune into the stream or sign up at play.iplabs.inc/li. Again, that's play.iplabs.inc/li if you want to hop into Low Ink. Also, we have SQSS, which is the Squidboard's Revival. That is also here. Squidboard Splat Series is a tournament for all players at all levels, so really anybody can play. And we hope that everybody can feel welcome to be involved. This is one day. This is also a one-day event too, so it's not a multi-day event. It'll be running on December 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with a Swiss stage format and 3 late-stage brackets that can be found on the squidboards.com/battlefy. That's squidboards.com/battlefy.
Yes, we are gonna go for a quick break. I just misspelled that in the chat for some reason. I would also like to apologize to Woomy's United for calling them a furry. That was a little bit of unprofessional of our side. I'm sorry for that, and congratulations on the victory against Deep Fried Octolings. We'll call for the break and see you guys on the next set. Welcome to set number 2 of High Ink number 2. This is Pursuit versus Ink Reapers. I honestly would say Ink Reapers, Pursuit is in a very interesting spot because most of these teams, most of these players have disbanded, different from the other two teams we saw in the last set. We have a great variety of players from many different divisions, from Division 2 to 5, and at the same time we have a Division 4 team from Ink Reapers. So at the same time, you heard me and you know who to not bet. Going in for Zone's Ink Blood Art Academy, Kenan, not only do you know these people pretty well, maybe better than I do, what do you expect mostly from them in general?
Well, the first player I want to mention is Bebop. I've played with Bebop on Luau before, and he's insane. He's an insane player, man. His Jet Squelcher is nothing to mess around with. I thought Bebop was playing with. I think Bebop's playing with Rising Wave this Ludi season as well. But yeah, Bebop kind of like flexes between like backline and like midline. So Bebop's definitely going to be one of the more difficult players to keep in check, I'd say. And also coming up to Prosper. Prosper is a pretty strong Nautilus player as well. I actually played against Prosper yesterday in solo queue, by the way, but I kind of cheated because I was using 52. Sorry about that, Prosper. But yeah, I also know Yoshi a little bit. Yoshi's got a pretty good Brella as well. I think this is gonna be a pretty close set. We have a lot of like extremely talented players playing between these two teams, and with Inkblot Art Academy, one of the more common map mode combinations that we see in competitive. I'm curious to see what comps these teams will bring out in order to get a hand over the other.
Well, Yoshi D, if my memory doesn't fail me, because I actually have been DMing that person like constantly when they were playing the heavy deco on solo queue, and they were doing extremely well. I would say that we have a great backliner in Prosper first. In Prosper, it is a very reliable. And on this map, which enables you to actually play backliner compared to other mobs like Clan Blitz, where we saw Deep Fried Octolings don't go with a very aggressive. I guess I got gist, but at least I see the Fire Fin, which is my favorite pick to play on this map.
Yeah, and speaking of the Jet Squelcher, like I said, Bebop is bringing out the vanilla Jet Squelcher, which is probably the better choice, especially on zones. I mean, Stingray is pretty good on zones, but probably missile spamming is probably the better idea. As we're going to see Bebop automatically getting the first missiles coming out right here, but we see Yam taking control of top mid right away. As we see that there's a 3-down situation on the side of the blue team as they have to reset back onto their spawn, as Pursuit takes mighty control of mid right now, just painting every single corner of the map and just making sure that to make it as difficult as possible for the blue team to get back in. But we do see armor ready from the H3. We now see 3 specials ready on the side of the blue team, and it looks like armor and both bomb rushes are going to be popped right now. However, the H3 actually goes down early, courtesy of an Inkjet. I actually also see on the far right of the screen, as it turns down to a, well, actually, wow, okay, never mind, a 1v3 situation. This is Yoshi on the Umbrella getting taken out immediately. However, they were able to put on a penalty on the side of Pursuit. But what do you think they need to do in order to take control here for us? It looks like Pursuit has this on pretty good lockdown.
Yeah, Pursuit has the defense. They did pretty well. What unfortunately for Invaders, what happened? Ink Reapers, my bad. It was that the H3 was the first one to get splattered just before using armor, and you can't allow that to happen after you pop armor, because at the same time you're literally not in a good position to do anything aggressive with the other players from your team. We see right here the Zim is in a very tight spot. He cannot go to mid unless he pops the bomb rush in key positions, which by enabling that they managed to get one of the players to jump out. At the same time, they're trying to push. We see the Splash player. Their name is Denkoseka. If anyone's trying to decipher that, they're trying to push into their bunker, but at the same time with Inkjet, oh, unfortunately they get the charger with a very well placed suction bomb or missile, and at the same time they just lost control of mid. Like, barely managed to get the points, and a very nice trade with Yoshi D on the right side. Very well used of the Splat Barella.
Yeah, that was a textbook push back in from the side of Pursuit, just like using the Inkjet and like taking out the charger off the top mid. Inkjet is definitely one of the more useful specials in order to get any backline actually, not just snipers off of top mid, because that's usually where they like to hang out on this map. But as the clock ticks down, because the penalty's gone on the side of Pursuit, we're gonna that was a nice pick on Prosper from the H3D. It actually turns into a 3-down situation as Bebop's forced to run back to their spawn, or actually maybe respawn actually. As we see Ink Reapers trying to take more favorable positions, but unfortunately does not see Bebop peeking his head out from the very far back, but however with that metal just close to his range, is able to pick off the H3 without them even having a chance to react. As H3 just respawning, the splash goes down, Bebop missiling the last person on the far left of the zone. However, they're trying to keep the zone for as long as they can, and Inkbot's a big zone. It kind of takes a little bit to get control back on the zone, because the zone is just so big. Unfortunately, Prosper Inkjetting in a non-favorable position gets taken out from the recoil. As it looks like Ink Reapers is in a very favorable position to actually knock this out too, because unless Pursuit does something to take control of the zone back, which they end up doing, but they really need to force Ink Reapers back into their spawn and get them out of mid, because they just have too much pain going on right now.
Ooh, very nice, well placed time bomb brush from the Neo Splash. They are actually okay. So what I'm seeing now is they basically downloaded what Pursuit is doing, and honestly, with that in mind, it keeps the aggression so well balanced on the team that at this point it's just become harder and harder for them to push back. They have armor just now, trying to counter push any special they might have with the Inkjet being placed. Unfortunately, they get picked. 14 points on the zone, and it's just going down and down. They don't seem to find a place where to faint. They still didn't even neutralize zone, and the charger is in a very good position. This stage is gonna go for Ink Reapers.
Yeah, like the picks from Prosper were good, but unfortunately Prosper was just locked into Inkjet, and Inkjet can't paint the zone. So while those picks were good, Prosper's teammates were like nowhere to be found in order to help contest the zone. So all the Charger had to do was kind of just like sit back and just like shoot shots over the zone in order to get some paint onto it. And the first game is going to be going to Ink Reapers right now. Very, very good gameplay going on to them. But we're going to be moving on to the second match of this set, which is Rainmaker Snapper Canal, which is probably one of the more tricky Rainmaker maps to go, because you really only have 2 places to go, either straight up through mid or up into the far left, taking the long way.
Oh yeah, for sure. The good old Rainmaker Snapper. One of the few maps that the pop doesn't matter, but at the same time, what matters the most is what positions you take, just as the pop is about to happen in general. If I would say with the comps that we saw, probably Pursuit is gonna keep the Jet Squelcher for this. I don't know if ZM is gonna even go for a Jet Squelcher or a a Splat Charger for the Stingray, but even if they don't go for that option, their comp as well, like the H3, the Splash, and the Brella, can be very deadly. They have at least 2 Bomb Rushes, which are kind of expensive specials, and armor. Like, this is a comp without missiles, and actually no, did they have 3 Bomb Rushes, Cannon, on the last match?
They did indeed. They had the Splat Bomb Rush from the Brella, and they had and they had Suction Rush, one from the Splash, one from the Charger.
Wow, not even needed to use missiles. This does prove that this is a very not threatening, but like, if they don't rely on missiles to do their pushes, I would say that Ink Reapers has the advantage in terms of skill for sure. Very expensive specials, especially from the armor from the H3, which, as I remember, is 200 210, right?
I think the H3 got dropped, didn't it? I don't think it's 220 anymore.
So it's probably 202. So this is like, if they don't download their enemy again, Pursuit needs to find a way to get a knockout in the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and I do fully expect Bebop to bring out the custom Jet Sculpture this time, as Stingrays are extremely strong on this map. And indeed, we do see the CJ coming out from Bebop, and ZM sticking with the Charger. Not a bad choice at all. Actually moving to the Stingray Charger. We do see a main of special power up on ZM. I guess ZM wants that Stingray to last as long as possible. Yoshid sticking with the trusty Brella, coming out with the Flings are coming out as well on the side of Ink Reapers. As we start with mid over here, it looks like Yam and Prosper are locked on with missiles on the left side of the map. Yam 14 forced to back up. However, the Charger does go down, so this may be a good opportunity for them to start pushing. They can get rid of the Brella, but Yoshid wisely smartly jumped back out to the spawn to save position. And Pursuit hasn't picked up the Rainmaker yet. It looks like they're a little slow picking up the Rainmaker. Let's see what they go. Looks like they're going over to the left side. So what do you think they need to do in order to get a successful push going, Fern?
Well, successful push they're already doing. They're using the Rainmaker, giving 2 shots, and at the same time using the Stingray.
Oh,
the Stingray! That was unfortunate for the Fleas.
Oh my god.
Now it is just the Charger. They either spam the Stingray and call it a day, and that's gonna be... Yeah.
Dude.
I'm gonna call it.
Dude, you hate to see it, man. This game would not have been over if the Flingza was not out of ink, and they had like 2, 3, 4 swings on the Rainmaker, but to no avail because they were just out of ink. That's just, you just hate to see it.
Yeah, but I do have to say that, well, I'm actually gonna take credit that I did call that. Pursuit needed to get the KO before anything else at the beginning, so they wouldn't be downloaded and then like read from everyone. I was expecting the Neo Splash, which is I think it was playing by the I forgot their name, Denko Seka, to actually be flanking on the left side over that engagement, because at the point that we saw the Charger go down, as you mentioned earlier, and then the jump from Yoshidi, which was the Brella, I lost track of where the Neo Splash was, and then the Flingza jump in, trying to get the Rainmaker, but unfortunately had no ink, and at the same time I didn't see the Neo Splash. I was literally thinking that they would be flanking, and that would make the difference in terms of like getting the Rainmaker and jumping in. But it's Rainmaker, you know what it is. It's the old dance that we kinda have to dance. It's very volatile. Now let's see if they manage to get the reverse sweep and get us 2-1 on Clamblade's Humpback. Cannon? Cannon? Damn it, Cannon. I know who's in your couch right now. You can't do this to me. I know who's in your couch, Cannon. Don't do this to me.
I'm good. I accidentally knocked over my mic. I'm good.
Okay, we got Cannon just before the match. Do you think that ZM is gonna keep the Charger? Do you think Yoshidi is gonna keep the Brella? Or in general, are we gonna just see the armor come back? Because they didn't have armor last match.
I mean, we'll see. The Humpback I know is an extremely good map for Explosion. I mean, I'm not sure if we'll see any Explo. I do fully expect Bebop to stick with the Jet Squelcher because honestly, both VJet and CJ could work here, but Looks like Bebop's going to be sticking with the C-Jet, sticking with the Stingray. We do see the 5296 combo coming out on the side of Ink Reapers, and ZM sticking with the actually going back to the Firefin Charger, which may be a better idea because the in front of the clam basket on Humpback Pump Track is a very confined space. So Bomb Rush might have been a better choice than Stingray, at least for ZM right now. But we'll see how it works out for Bebop using Stingray, as we see two people on the side of Ink Reapers hanging out on the right side of the map. That means there's nobody on the left side. But the Booyah Bomb is going to make sure that that mid tries to stay in the control of Ink Reapers. However, Yoshi does go down to the Stingray, and it's kind of forced the 52 and the Charger to back up towards the Cleanse Basket.
This is a very interesting comp in general, because at the same time, it's about finding the point where you can actually push. That Stingray did manage to disturb Ink Reapers, and Pursuit now is in a very good point where they have control of elbow. Jet Scorcher is basically distracting the 52 and the Charger at the same time, but they managed to stop the power from being thrown under the ball, and then comes in the Booyah Bomb. Yoshi D has the opportunity to at least get control of mid and paint as much as he can, punishing the Nautilus to be on the window, but at the same time, so many burst moves are being thrown from both teams, and at this time, Yoshi D trying to get the pick, almost trying to get a cheeky fall-off damage. Both of them are trying to do that, and it's actually quite funny. Armor being used, but at the same time, there seems to be just a bomb rush trying to at least get control of mid, while missiles are being deployed from the cave shot. Charger has to fall back at least one of the windows, and at the same point, it seems that it was just a matter of time for Pursuit to get back to the team, back to the mid control. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot by Prosper, and looks like Pursuit's going to be getting these clams going into the basket right now. With 71 on the board, with 2 down actually on the side of Ink Reapers, so it looks like this push is going to be pretty heavy on the side of Pursuit. However, Ink Reapers is able to take out 2 of them. It looks like this push is pretty much over. However, they do pass that first threshold of 60 points on the board, but it looks like Yoshi goes down a little bit early, courtesy of the Nautilus on the far right side. And one thing I noticed about Ink Reapers comp is that it's got a lot of kill power. But it does thrive off of chip damage because of the 96 and 52 can kind of work off of each other. But as everybody knows, the RNG on both these weapons can either make or break you. And so far, it's looking like it's a little bit difficult for them to really get something going, just because the Nautilus is a much more, I guess, reliable killing weapon compared to the 52 and the 96. And the Prosper forcing the Charger to jump out. But it looks like the 96 was a little bit stuck in the trench, taking them down, as it turns into another 3-down situation on the side of Ink Reapers, as Pursuit was trying to get some cleanse going, but a nice shot by ZM is going to halt that real quick. Bebop being stuck in the Stingray, so it looks like this push is going to be halted just for the time being.
Yeah, I think also we have a problem for Ink Reapers. They do have, because here's the thing, I'm betting that at the last minute of the match, they will have downloaded their enemy team, because we see right now it's just 3v1 situation. They have 11 clams, but they don't have enough to get the power. They jump in with the pity. They have been holding this entire time. Yoshi tried to use a bomb suction rush that at the same time survived the shot from the Jet Scorcher, but at the same time the 52 gets unfortunately picked by the teamwork of the Jet Scorcher and someone else. They have 59, but unfortunately not going to be able to take the lead because they needed to throw all the 2 remaining clams. That was a very good attempt to push from Ink Reapers, but at the same time, I just noticed that they have only one sub that I can actually do proper damage, which is a burst bomb. 2 walls and a sprinkler does put Ink Reapers in a very tight situation compared to 3 suctions and a burst bomb.
So yeah, you're right. I just noticed that. Thank you for pointing that out. The Ink Reapers actually does not have any lethal bombs, minus when they have their specials ready. Compared to the side of Pursuit, who has a lot of lethal bombs. You do have 3 suction bombs on the side of them, so they can actually get rid of the rolls quite quickly. However, we do see 22 clams on the board on the side of Ink Reapers, with ZM using bombers to try to flush out any members of Pursuit from the basket. It was a very nice shot from ZM. It was an excellent shot. ZM throwing a really clever wall just to get the ball in, and the penalty goes away, and the lead is going to be going to Ink Reapers, dropping all the way down to 38. Unfortunately, they're not able to get any more clams in, as it's just ZM just respawning right now. ZM knows that they cannot push up into mid, as they're going to be having to take a safer position, but the Stingray coming out from Bebop, and ZM trying to avoid it, but a very nice Stingray from Bebop is able to take out the Charger, so that's one massive wall out of the way for Pursuit in order to try to get this push going. With 15 seconds left, it's just the 52. This Lemonade is going to come in and score this clam. and with only a 2 penalty remaining, and that's gone, as the lead just absolutely just gets blitzed by Pursuit. Pursuit just doing an amazing job, getting it all the way down to 16, 13, 10, 7 with only 1 second remaining, going into overtime, but their basket's still open. They need that pity clam in order to have any chance.
Then there is no way this team can actually make a power climb and throw it. I would say that the Pursuit did a very good job with the coordination with that Stingray and that missiles, and Ink Reapers will be taking the L here with Pursuit, advancing with the W on this set. Very well played. Very well played indeed.
Yeah, Prosper Jet kind of just came through at the end and just ran through everybody, just getting a quick double right at the end, just to boost their KA even further to a massive 16. But again, fantastic gameplay to both teams, but this set is going to be going on the side of Pursuit.
And with that, after we also mentioned the talking points, and after as well, most people are crying because they lost points. This is gonna be the end for us. We were just commentating 2 sets. I hope everyone can give a round of applause for the next group of commentators, which are going to be Devi and Crunch. So Kenan, let's do the final calls, where they can find you.
Yeah, so yeah, guys, I'm on Twitter, of course, at Cinderace2K. You already know it's a delinquent fireball, you know what I'm saying? You can follow me on there if you'd like. I'll probably be back on IPL Splatoon for SOS this upcoming week because I love doing that. Love the chill vibes and everything, you know what I'm saying? Know all that good stuff. Fern, where can they find you, bro?
You can find me on Twitter and on Discord at SuperFern013. It has been a pleasure to commentate on High Ink, and it has been a pleasure to be commentating with you and see, honestly, many different weapons in general. We saw the 96, we saw the Splat, the second set for the Splat Brella, and even an Amalus comp. No, I'm just talking about the weapons I like to see, not the weapons that we see all the time.
Hey, I like seeing some Neo Sploosh, man. I thought that was fun.
Oh, Neo Sploosh! I was actually talking about the Neo Splash, sorry.
Ah, man.
That's true. Well, thank you very much for watching us. Keep watching because we have loads of more amazing gameplay for Splatoon, and we'll see you on the next video.
Yep,
bye.
Merry Christmas if we don't see you.
That's true.
That's Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to High Ink number 2. We are now on round 3, and I am super excited for this match. I'm actually excited for the whole thing, but Evening Chickens versus Geek Squid, guys. I am...
Oh my god, this match is gonna be
teams.
so good. I'm really excited as well. Hello, everybody. Like Debbie said, welcome back to High Ink number 2. Round 3 of the Swish section. I'm very, very excited. Both of these teams we know and love, and this match is going to be great. We're kicking it off with Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard, which this map is certainly an interesting one. Can be very snowbally, can be very, the agonizing 5-minute long fight in mid, whatever you want. It's also got only 2 checkpoints, 2 longer checkpoints, but only 2 of them. So it tends to play a little bit differently where, a lot of the other 3 checkpoint maps, that second checkpoint gets really choke pointy, and that's kind of the deciding factor, yada yada, you snowball after that. But really, either way, because I've seen snowballs right after that second checkpoint. I've seen people get stopped and fights go to like 3 remaining to 4 remaining. So anything can happen on this, and especially with these teams that we've got facing each other here, I'm just really excited.
Also, I was so excited I forgot to do introductions. So, hi guys, I'm Debbie, and I'm here with Cater. And
Hello.
Yeah, so just forgot that little tidbit. And I also say I'm very excited to cast on Sturgeon first with Evening Chickens, because I'm pretty sure it was with them where I came up with the Great Wall of Sturgeon on Minnow Cup the one time. I'm pretty sure it was with them. So this is fantastic right now. I'm so excited. You can hear it. I can't even control it.
I know, it's gonna be so good. Let's see what weapons we've got. We've got a lot of Kenza coming out from Geek Squid, from both teams, actually. Yeah, that's fair.
Kenza weapons are still pretty high up in the meta.
They're
because
good,
they've got
looking too. I mean,
they really are.
We got almost identical comps here. The only difference being the splatter scope from Hot Sauce and Evening Chickens, and then the K Rapid from Cloud here. But I'm very excited to see the Rapid gameplay come out here. I mean, that splatter scope's gonna get harassed by torpedoes left. Not Cloud, sorry. Excuse me. I don't know why I saw that and was like, oh yeah, Kenza Rapid, but whoever on Geek Squid is playing that, I'm very excited because that splatter scope's gonna get bombarded by torpedoes left and right. That's just a job of the K Rapid.
The snipe peek.
Yeah. I mean,
he's also recognized.
I was dissing the splatter scope, I guess. That was a little bit deserved. I'm sorry.
Don't you dare diss the backline when I am present.
Also, almost holding up the edge there, but managing to save that. You saw that Ray come out for the splatter scope, help get a pick as well. And so, even though Geek Squid was the first to take the tower, Evening Chickens is going to hop right back on that A pick from Cool Sauce on that K shot, using those missiles to scope out the rest of the team. And you can see there's a lot of turf control getting put down by them as well, and that's going to be 3 down for Geek Squid, meaning that Evening Chickens can have a good push advantage here, although that pick from Cloud is going to make a difference.
Yeah, we saw Geek Squid just taking a lot of pressure control, like they were there guarding the tower. That one snipe came really well, and even recognized that there was a baller behind them. The Chargers playing really well, knowing their surroundings here. And the front lines as well, just moving on in, controlling those areas. They're looking to get this second checkpoint. I think they finally go down on tower. Chargers still in a nice spot here. Ooh. They are trying to get a couple jumps in. They do get one teammate in, but they are the last 2 left alive. Ooh, nice pick by Hot Sauce, just holding their ground. Gotta love to see it with the quick little laser flick. The Junior does get picked off here. Rapid is pressuring them back, but Hot Sauce is just kind of noticing that map is going more into Geek Squid's favor here, and does go into a position where the Charger can defend the tower. They do have Ray at the ready, missiles come out. Geek Squids have 3 specials to counter this. They do get 2 picks. This could be pretty big here, because I can see Geek Squids are probably going to move up after this, which they are doing. They're going to corner this person. They stop the jump, and look at, they're just moving right into enemy territory.
Oh, definitely. Even though there's only 21 remaining on the side of Evening Chickens, Geek Squid is nowhere near out of the game. I mean, we all know how these games go time and time again. It's never over until it's over. You can see that K Rapid pushing it with the baller there, using that as a bit of a shielding, distracting the splatter scope. And there's just a beautiful 2v1 now with the K Pro jumping down, popping that Booyah Bomb, and you can see that member of Evening Chickens is down there, and they've taken the
lead.
They have taken the lead. Cloud here in a little bit of a sticky situation, managing to jump out even though they are the last one on their team remaining. So with that lead going all the way down to 12, that is going to be an effective wipe, you know, with that K-Pro jumping back, meaning that Evening Chickens can take a little bit more control of mid now, but they have to get it all the way back into Geek Squid's pit and then get past that third checkpoint there. So it's going to make it a lot more difficult, but they have all of these specials online, almost to all four. They've got the armor, they've got the Booyah Bomb, the Ray. We'll have to wait to see how they decide to pop those, and now they're pushing forward, especially with that Booyah Bomb.
It looks like that they were doing a decent job staggering the specials there. They had the 4 up, the missiles came out first, followed by armor, and then it looked like Booyah Bomb came out just a little bit after the armor, but that push was, looks like it has been stopped by Geek Squids. Geek Squid do have mid control back. It looks like Sternford here just keeping Pain up with the shot, which is really nice to do because then they can have missiles ready. It looks like they're going to be missile for missile here and just backing away so they don't go down to the other missiles. Evening Chickens here. It looked like they were going for a fight on the right there. Baller coming in, seeing if they can distract a couple members. Armor coming out. It was a 1-for-1, but it's not over yet. Oh, there we go. 2-for-2. Booyah Bomb coming out. The tower is pushing, but there is one coming from behind on the tower there.
They did see if that's noticed. Ooh, that was it. They have been called out, but Sauce is able to jump back onto those crates back to their own territory, back to safety. And we've still got Geek Squid in the lead here with about 30 seconds remaining. Time is running out for Evening Chickens. They have that Stingray at the ready, and they're quickly approaching their other specials as well, but they know they've got to get going very soon. You can see Hot Sauce here on that Stingray at the ready. They're just kind of perched up here. They're waiting for an opportunity, and all of their teammates are up in mid. They are pushing the tower forward bit by bit.
Here comes the Ray to initiate.
Yeah, there we go.
That was a lot of bombs.
Oh,
there was 3 bombs on that tower to get the junior down, and it was very well timed. It's like they knew. It's like, oh, the double. Yep. All they had to do was just try to run for it, but the bomb pressure was real.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you have a junior. But
yeah, it wasn't just the junior. There were all of them were there. I'm not too sure if the 2 splat bombs were just from the junior, but because they do have 2 splat bombs on their comp. But you did see a suction bomb there. We saw 2 splat bombs there. It's like it was really well timed too, because it's just like, okay, they're gonna go for tower now, and the bombs were there just ready to explode. And it was just boom.
Oh yeah, bomb timing absolutely impeccable there. Yeah, and with that was a very close game. I mean, if the whole set's gonna be like this, we are definitely in for a treat. We're moving on to splat zones on Anchovy Games, which, ooh boy, this zone is big.
Big zone, 2 ways in. There is also a pretty good lockout on this map as well, if you can pull it off. And what is it? I believe, was it Geek Squid with the rapid? Yes, it was. It was Geek Squid with the rapid, I'm pretty sure. That rapid can be really strong on this map if it stays. If the charger as well will have a lot of control, but just has to be aware of the bomb pressure that Geek Squid has. They now know what is going to come at them for that kind of pressure. We have been able to see them to hold their own ground, though. The charger's really good at backing up in the scenarios we have, in the situations that we've seen them in, like recognizing the baller coming in from the flank, just being in position of where they have to help keep the objective. So both teams are also doing really well at staggering their specials and countering them. It's just getting the picks with them as well. So the neutral game seems very even as well, because we've seen a couple team fights where they go back and forth. E-Leader coming out from Hot Sauce. We got double Booyah versus double missile Booyah armor. So both having the armor. One looks like it's going more for an armor spam. Yeah, and then just having the double Booyah as well.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how that vanilla mini Splatling plays out. Mini is honestly one of my favorite weapons to watch, but you don't see it terribly often. But it does have, it has extremely good paint output. And that burst missile combination is going to be so fun to watch, especially if we see some close-up fights on that mini. So I'm very excited to see that. Oh my goodness, we've got Snipes coming out, as well as other picks, and that's going to leave Geek Squid 2 down. They were first again to take that objective, that one jump out successful, thankfully, but Hot Sauce is going to take the sniper perch up here and then move down into mid as the rest of their team paints up mid, and now you can see all of this control has flipped to their side.
I think, I think Evening Chickens recognized the specials that were about to come out, because we saw them, instead of pushing up to the plat, they kind of stopped and backed up a little bit. I think they realized that the specials were incoming from Geek Squid, so I really liked that play that we saw them do there, as they then countered with their own. So that was a nice play that I like to see. They did manage to come back into control here. Mini's got missiles, but they're all backed up right now, and we see Cool Sauce finally taking the plat. We saw that, chili sauce on the right side there, watching that drop. So this is a nice position so far. The double missiles come out and a booyah. Cool Sauce just dodging all of this, using the wall. Finally getting picked off by the Mini here. And Zone's now looks like a neutral game for Zone, but Geek Squid is able to get the cap. Lead was overtaken by 1. I missed that little when that was going.
Yeah.
Nice snipe there by Hot Sauce too.
Oh yeah, I mean that death from the Mini was just tragic. You'd see they saw the bomb, they tried to swim backwards, but they were right up against the propeller. That's really unfortunate. But moving on, we've got again just these this placement from Hot Sauce is really nice because they're not overextending, but they're still able to put a lot of pressure on Geek Squid as they attempt to come back. You can see that Junior is down as well, which means no armor. That Booyah Bomb placement 1 for 1, but now, yeah, the trade indeed. But we've got another Booyah coming down right directly at the zone. Geek Squid's attempting to take back control here, but just another Booyah for Booyah right now. They are very evenly matched. And of course, now we've got that Mini with the missiles again. They're right in mid. You can see that, they're using it to scout out. And hopefully, unfortunately, though, with that teammate going down, hopefully they're able to corner someone. Oh, the shark getting they get a double. Very nice. That's going to be
very nice.
Yes, 3 down on the side of Evening Chickens now. And so Geek Squid's finally able to be in control, but Hot Sauce not letting up. Oh my goodness, these picks.
Can we say Hot Sauce is a little on fire right now? Am I allowed to say that?
you may say that. Oh, I will not stop you from saying that. Oh, but even though they are on fire, that lead has been lost to Geek Squid, going all the way down to 13. But I mean, as I say that, Evening Chickens is going to come right back in, take that lead. And now, as you can see, Cool Sauce here using the propeller, not quite going up onto flat yet because they can see the amount of people that are waiting there for them, opting to take a little bit more of a passive position right now.
The pro went down on Zone.
Oh, that is really unfortunate. And,
that is very unfortunate.
Coming out. Yeah, that's going to be controlled back for Geek Squid. Now that Junior's down as well, you can see the Booyah Bomb at the ready from the K-Gal, but they're going to hold off on that until they have, hopefully, their teammates, or, that this other K-Gal, goes in for the kill, does not quite get it, but those missiles there from the Minis gladly going to take them out, nicely placed. And there's about 1 minute left. You can see that penalty is very quickly counting down for Geek Squid, so Evening Chickens, again, put on the back foot a little bit here, again, close, and okay, okay, cool, Hot Sauce. Yeah, that's exactly what you need to get off of back foot, get back in control of the zone. When you've got 43 seconds left, that's exactly what you need to happen. 2 down now.
Down.
Yeah, this is great advantage for them. They need to be a little bit more on the aggressive now, but you can see all these mine placements are going to at least alert them to the flanks if one of the members of Geek Squid tries to go down that right route.
It looks like one Booyah Bomb's coming out, just trying to wait and see where they're going out so they can correctly place this Booyah.
The penalty's gone. There we go.
They got the lead back. 14 seconds left in this game. Can they hold the zone? It is neutral right now.
3 down on Geek Squid, and that is going to be a win for Evening Chickens. We are now 1-1.
That was actually coming down for the wire there. If Geek Squid would have won a couple of those fights, they probably could have reclaimed zone there right towards the end to trigger literally a last second overtime. It was close. It was there. If the fights had gone in their favor, counter specials from both teams. They're recognizing everything and countering it. Wow.
Also, Leader getting the most kills. Hello?
Well, yes. E-Leader has so
We
much
love that.
control on Anchovy, or I also like to call it Anko 5 for fun. Definitely getting a lot of those picks in control. Having those two prime spots being back on street and up on fan, they have so much control. And the mines as well, they were placing on the right side, watching for a drop. So if they drop, they'd still have pick damage to be easy to splat them off if they come back in, which I think was a wise decision, because usually you can also put mines on zone to like help paint through booyah bombs as well, because they will trigger the mines. They will kind of help in the middle and help paint zone. But I think having it on the right there at the end definitely was a wise call, because I think Geek Squid did take that right side a couple times to come back in. So having the extra mines there for the chip were pretty good, and they did manage to win. Evening Chickens managed to win that fight towards the end for zone when they were about to knock it out. But again, was a very, very close call. So,
Oh yeah, these two teams are very nicely matched. I am enjoying every second of these matches.
1-1 set.
We are 1-1 for this. I believe we're still in play all three. So for this last match of our set, we're going to be going to Rainmaker on Muzzleforge Fitness, and oh boy, this one is.
We're gonna see those specials are going to be everything, because the prime way of that, the prime path on this map is going up on the right hand side. But unless if you can get like a wipe situation, you'll see some take that rail. But it's more so the flank route at this point with that rail. So
yeah, that rail is heavily. Yeah. Oh, that is a lot of shooters.
Did I see? There are 3K shots in this game.
I don't know how to feel about that. I mean,
one of them has LDE and one of them has comeback on
oh my
Geek
goodness,
Squid.
there's always gonna be a K shot around you. You can never get rid of them. But yes, we are indeed having double K shot come out from Geek Squid, so that's gonna be interesting. We're gonna have a lot of missiles on the field, as well as a lot of suction bombs. That's triple suction bomb from then with the when you factor in the zap as well. Oh my goodness, we are already seeing them picking it up and running, as you said, up to this right side. Unfortunately, we got one down on both sides, but they're still going for it. They're going. You see that?
K shot went up the left side and got a pick. The 1K shot went up the left side and got a pick. Exactly like I was gonna say. The biggest way to push is the right side, and that rail is gonna be the flank. That pick was pretty big on that left side. Just easy move in and KO by Geek Squid. I think the goal of the double K shot there was just aggression. We're just not gonna let them push in. It's go, and that's what we saw. We saw the two Slayers split sides, and the three held their own. It just executed beautifully.
Oh, that is a Rainmaker moment, and like you said, pretty much textbook execution from that. If I were them, I'd be very, very happy with how that turned out. That's a prime strategy right there.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that already wraps up our set. I don't even think that was 30 seconds. What?
Wow. What a quick set, but I would tell you that was a great set. Like the performance by both teams, like I said, the counter special play was so good by both these teams. Like that's a part that I love seeing, is when teams can adapt to who's initiating first with their specials, can counter it, and then get a play off of it. And then in neutral, it's just how are you going to wait or push in? And I think there was one moment where Evening Chickens, I think it was Evening Chickens that got the pick on Geek Squid's K-Pro on zone there, and I think that really helped them out on the Anchovy game as well there. Just getting that lucky pick in the middle of zone, so they get the extra paint, and was able to help. It's really good games by both teams. I am so glad we got to see that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that was amazing. It was such a good match for both. I mean, both of these teams are just a treat to see on their own. So being able to watch them fight each other is just amazing.
Evening Chickens, Geek Squid, love to see you guys again. Like, oh my goodness, I definitely miss commentating your guys' sets. So that was such a treat to be able to do. And with that, the set does go 2-1 to Geek Squid, and we've wrapped up round 3. So we will take a short break and head over to round 4 shortly.
everybody, and welcome back to High Ink 2 Electric Boogaloo. I am Kater, and I'm joined here today by Debbie.
Yo!
Yeah, we're gonna be starting off round 4 of Swiss with Symphony versus Thembo IHOP. 2 more teams that we know and love. Very, very excited to see what these 2 teams have in store. We're gonna be beginning on Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, or Mako Mart, whichever one you want. I'm excited to see this. I actually really like this map mode.
I don't know these 2 teams. What? Symphony, what? Taku's totally not on Grillers right now. Totally not my teammate. What?
Of course not. No. Why would you ever think that? We don't know who these teams
IPL
are.
staff setting me up, casting my own teammate? What is this? Anywho. Thembo IHOP versus Symphony. And starting off on Clam Blitz, Mako Mart. We should know these people pretty well. Battle is filling in for Symphony today. Probably one of the older initial Symphony members, alongside with Swampy. Then Taku and KO came a little later on. We've got so we'll probably have some leader bamboo or Explo action with some shot. Battle plays who knows what. Taku might go back. Taku's probably going to go back to Zap for here. And then we've got I think a try. Dually Squelchers, Splatling, I think Zap from Thembo. So yeah, this will be interesting to see how it goes. I think these comps can be relatively balanced because I believe they do both kind of go anchor comps. So let's see how they go. They I believe they were division rivals at one point, I believe. So.
I'm very excited to see these. Yeah, we got the brush, we got the remix. We've got Knot and Leader coming out. We've got the Ninja Squid brush, so that's going to be interesting. And of course, the MPU CDS, so that should hopefully be fun to watch. Unfortunately, that brush is down very quickly. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But we've just got, a fight for mid. There's not always an immediate taking of the objective because, of course, this is Clam Blitz. But you can see that actually Symphony has a very high amount of clams right now, as well as that power clam. And that rain there is going to let them advance forward just a little bit more as well. You can see that Knot here has the inkjet at the ready, going to drop that clam so they can inkjet in towards the basket and push people back. Yeah. Oh, that was that. I thought that was a machine shot, but there's no machine in this. I saw the swirl of the machine, and I was like, there's no machine here. But anyways, we've got the CDS pushing the leader back as well as getting a pick of their own. Nice defense from them. That's all the way down to 65, which is, not a terrible first push. It is pretty small, but it's definitely a nice place to start off. Of course, you do have that pity clam now that Thembo IHOP has, so that's,
Symphony's doing a really good job right now keeping map control. KO is pushed up here. Swampy's just waiting for a place to go in. Looks like trying to throw clams to Taku. Just having a little bit of issues there. Taku they have armor, they have inkjet ready. They'll probably pop this at the same time.
Ooh, the booyah, the brush. Oh, caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
I don't know how they survived that. They did.
Can Symphony get in a couple more points? They did get one more in there. Maybe they might be getting a couple, but it looks like Swampy's stuck in the corner battle here. Oh, that one didn't go in. I thought that went in. I thought I heard the sound.
I know. I thought I saw it go in too, but unfortunately, it just missed the basket.
Darn it, Splatoon. Why you do this?
Yeah. But still, they did get to 59, which is a nice place to be because, that's a little bit of I don't remember the word for the cutoff point, because 2 power clams put in at the same time will only get you to 60, so that does put them below that cutoff point. Still, though, they do have the 11 penalties, so they've still got a long ways to go, but we've got...
The just flanking around the backside there.
Yeah,
and he's getting the jump in.
Oh, and it worked. There we go. That's the first score. Unfortunately, they're 2 down, but you see they're trying to get a couple more in, get all the way down to 68, unfortunately, before more members go down.
Ooh,
so that's not
getting a nice snipe.
Yeah, that's still there. And as well as Symphony having the 3 specials online too. So they can very well bounce back from this very quickly. And you can see they already have that power climb. You see the Inkjet high up in the air, the armor, they've popped all of those things. They are coming in hot right now. Very quickly, they're gonna get that climb. They're gonna get 2 of them and get that all the way down to 30. And even though they're 2 down, they still have another power climb. Looks like they're gonna try to get that in, but the K-Shot's the last one remaining. They're gonna try and push it, but with everybody on them, they just can't quite make it. There are still more clams that got thrown in those. They've gotten that all the way down to 21.
Something Swampy could have done is Swampy had the power clam being the last one alive. That was just something that just needed to be thrown down so Swampy could flee, but instead just kind of accepted their death there. KO getting some nice snipes in mid here, just adapting that Thembo is peeking middle and is taking advantage of that when they peek. So this is really nice, and Symphony just charging in on everything, keeping Thembo back, and here we go again!
Beautiful
KO.
snipe.
This is KO right here!
Oh, so close. That leader going down. We don't have... We still have Swampy, though, trying to get the basket open. Sharky here, waiting for teammates. Oh my goodness! The remix jumping right over them! That is absolutely hilarious.
There was only the littlest puddle of ink, and they didn't need it!
It wasn't even that little. You could see that, like, the remix jumped clear over the start and takes it under their feet. But oh my goodness, we've got all these clams jumping. There's the 3, but they only get 1 out of them in. Oh no,
what is going on?
She misses it. They're all down. No, the potential. Oh my
the brush tried to set that up, but that is right there why usually jump-in strats are not the play until like an overtime situation. Thembo tried to do it really early and they had it nicely executed, but members from Symphony were respawned and were there. It was called out. This could be KO right here if KO gets this. KO getting the KO!
Oh, that rhymed. Oh, my heart breaks for that jump and push because you could see all of them seem to be right in the position, but only one went in, and then the last one just got thrown at such a high angle and they missed. And oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, look at the nice 9 from 9KA from KO there, but that is a big team credit there from Symphony. The amount of, like, they kept their turf control, they defended really nicely. I believe it call out for on point. Like, they kept an eye on the brush because the brush was the one doing flanks and Thembo was going for jump-in strats. And that does not work all the time. Symphony did not do jump-in. They pushed forward as a whole, while Thembo just relied on the brush. But they really had to coordinate there as a full-on team to push in. And I think that was just kind of the downfall there. They did have that nice 3 clam and jump in execution, but I believe it was called out, so bombs were there, the jumps were being watched, so they were only able to get 1 in. So that was well defended by Symphony, but just the pressure and Swampy having the guts to stay in that little pool of ink to get that splat on the splat line is insane. That is really risky, but also it worked really well. And anyway,
that was really funny. I mean, they just had great coordination there. They worked really well together. You could say almost like a symphony.
Yeah. That totally wasn't on their description, by the way.
No, of course not.
It was, but you know.
Yeah, quote, our team is heavily focused on coordination, much like a symphony. That's exactly what they put in there.
Yep. Now we're going into Tower Control Starfish main stage. Do you expect anything to change here? Or do you think it's going to be relatively similar?
I don't know about changing, but I really want to see that heavy splatling come out again from Thembo IHOP.
It'll probably be that or a C-Jet.
Yeah, true, but heavy splatling on this map mode is just, I love it so much. I used to play splatling. Oh yes, flanking splatling is amazing to see on here.
Me, even as a Hydra player.
And the amount of places for splatlings to hide and peek out, the sheer amount of cover and corners that are on this map, just amazing. We're gonna see the leader come out. We're seeing the remix, seeing an orange zap as well as that K-Rapid come out from Thembo.
Now there is pressure from Thembo, but this zap really has to keep up on the paint because they have a rapid now for poke and a brush. So both of them are going to kind of be going on the side, displacing, and it looks like the remix is first one down on Thembo.
Oh no, that is
Picked
really
up by the E-leaders. So very
the
good.
leader's down
fight.
too.
Yes.
And we've got anchor for anchor down, but Symphony here on the Knot taking tower immediately. They also have that inkjet, and you know how dangerous Knot can be with both the zap and the brush down. That's going to be a sharp decrease in paint as well for Thembo IHOP. You see the Rapid trying to shoot down that inkjet, not having too much success, but they do get the assist with one of their friends there, and now they are shooting that leader off of the tower using this baller to also go down, getting another assist. That is the job of the Rapid right there, assist ruler.
That inkjet was like, it kind of took it by surprise, but it still did. It kept the Rapid off of the tower. That is a nice trade there, making sure the brush can't flank. But it looks like right now they're still, it's 1 for 1. Oh, the leader does go down from that Rapid. The Rapid did push up, so it is relatively even right now. But Thembo getting more of the ink control back in mid here. Missiles coming out. Brush is down. I believe Symphony's going to try to make something happen here in Aggress. We can see all three of them just trying to push in from the street. Leader with another nice snipe. Here we go.
I mean, we all know how that Charger Splatling matchup is, unfortunately, and that with the scope, even just that added amount of range, added amount of focus. AJ here and the baller in a spot of trouble as they get a little bit surrounded. They're able to pull off the pick, which is very nice. No small feat from them. And with that, that's going to be 3 down for Symphony. That K shot with the missiles being the only one remaining. So hopefully Thembo IHOP can take this, turn it into a little bit more of a push. The only special they have right now is that Booyah Bomb, though. And with the brush going down, the missiles forcing them off the towers could be a lot harder. And oh no, going to the splat. The splat going to 3 going down. Oh.
That was lovely teamwork by Symphony. We had Battle Guarding from down below, and Taku took the off angle on the side to pinch in that fight situation, and then we just saw them all move up as a whole. Like, this is really nice coordination here by Symphony as they're keeping Thembo out. It looks like the leader does spy 2, and Symphony's trying to jump on it, but 2 end up going down side by side. It looked like a bomb probably could have taken them both out. That is a wipe on Symphony there, but they're still looking pretty all right. Thembo still has to get through the first checkpoint, I believe. So as long as they can keep the defense there, Symphony's looking in a good position right now. However, ink control is in the favor of Thembo right now. Leader has been cutting out. That is pretty big.
Not snipe, but crucial pick. Oh, and a double! That K-Rapid doing exactly what they need to do. Going here on the spot and doing their best, but no, the picks on the tower. That's going to take them 3 down, and that's, again, huge potential. They had the door wide open, but Symphony is able to just catch them off guard from behind. And, Dampier trying to make something work. But
the teamwork!
Yes, this teamwork from Symphony is absolutely amazing. They are getting pick after pick. You can see those missiles indicating where that person was, and Takara just pouncing on them immediately. And with all of these specials coming out, you've got the armor, the inkjet, the rain. Symphony's just looking to extend their lead here.
They are dipping a little bit. They do have a little bit of Capesto Tower, but they are blocking the ways in. Swampy here trying to dodge the brush here. Does have missiles. I think Swampy's going to try and look for a place to pop them as soon as the brush is out of the way. Nope, just going to opt to jump out back to battle, which is probably a good call here. Still keeps them in play and lures the brush right to battle. Talk about a bait. They just... you're supposed to stay off the hook. I think they went on the hook there.
Unfortunately, I think they got a little bit cooked there, but they can recover. They've got 37 seconds left, but they do have to make it past that second checkpoint, which, when they have 2 checkpoints in the way, is going to be pretty difficult, and especially with 2 down, which is not where you want to be in this close to the end. But they have a little bit of control. Damp is trying to make something happen here. They've seen that there's somebody up on that snipe. They're trying to get that leader. They do get the leader, which is going to be huge. Getting another pick on the cage. This is exactly what they need. You have this splat like just sitting on the tower.
Look at Taku! Yeah. Look at Taku! Taku sharp!
Take it out! That's the Booyah Bomb, the missiles, the armor. This is exactly what
gonna be close.
IHOP needs. We are at this second checkpoint right now. They are so
close. This is gonna be so close.
Going to 3 down, and that is the lead. lead! Oh my goodness, Thembo IHOP pulling through at the last second. Symphony pretty much having them on the back for that entire match, but at the last second pulling off so many picks, winning all of those fights. It is never over until it is over, and look at that KA. Look at that missile count from Tux.
The
oh
missile
my
count,
goodness.
yeah, I imagine that gave the leader some
double-digit
trouble.
missiles.
A big thing there towards the end is I think Symphony needed to recognize what the time on the clock was towards the end, because it looked like KO was trying to get up in a more aggressive position while Thembo was actually in their pit. I think at that point in time they needed to call a defense group because they had the comp to defend the tower from the one wing, and they just had to get set up for it. And instead they decided to take fights, and it didn't go in their favor. However, yeah, had pressure almost the entire game, but just the end, the last 30 seconds of play, it looked like the pressure had got to them, and they were staggering a little bit and unable to find the positions they needed to keep their lead.
Yeah, I think those picks that we saw right before that really was just, I mean, that's what opened the door wide open. And once they had their foot in the door, they refused to take no for an answer. So that was great from them. It's no small feat to, when you've been down for an entire 5 minutes to pull through and get a scrappy overtime pushed together and make that. So kudos to them. We're going to be going into splat zones on the reef now. Funny little double zone promotional front of Splatoon 2 map.
The double zone. So this is going to be really key because we have seen both teams both have anchors, and it all depends on where they're going to get control from and how they're going to play. If this brush stays from damp, that's going to be a lot of flanking. But Symphony has been doing a good job of keeping an eye on where the brush goes. So just keeping that down has really helped them, and Symphony is moving up more as a team to what I've seen Thembo do. They did do it towards the end of the last game, but I'd like to see them do it more. Oh no.
We shall see. Oh, similar comps from both sides, actually. So, well.
We see the CDS coming back out.
Yes.
Thembo.
I mean, CDS is a great zones weapon. I do not blame
Brush
them.
is already down again to the leader.
No.
KO
My
getting
goodness.
the initial first pick on the brush. 2 games
the
in a row.
Splatling too. Oh my goodness. This is. Already these openings from Symphony have been. There's
one trying to
just
sneak
stunning.
out on the left side there. I hope Symphony realizes that one's trying to sneak out from the left.
I hope indeed. We'll have to see. And it looks like they did. They're taking the fights though. Damp here on the bridge, looking to take control of the zones with the. Brush puts out a lot of paint if you have the spanning power for it, and they absolutely do. You can see now with the pick on the Nautilus as well. That's going to be huge. And even with that rain out, they've gotten control. Unfortunately, though, that pick from Takara on the bridge is going to be really big. They do go down though as well. So I mean, really early on in the game. Thembo IHOP is holding their ground, but I did not see that. I did not see that coming, but yeah, this camera is switching so fast I can hardly keep up with it.
Symphony just needs zones to start counting down because they had the initial man advantage there. I think they were a little slow on capping zone there, but I don't know if there was one underneath trying to contest that or not.
Yeah, we've got so much pressure coming
in
out
a
from
neutral
the leader.
state. Oh, that would have been a snipe. That was a nice
would have
shot.
been. It was so, mid-air shots always just the best. You got the knot coming down here, trying to contest the brush. They win with that 2v1 instead. And so now that penalty is almost gone, like you said, that zone is gonna start ticking down, and there's a lot of map control for Symphony right now. You can see them slowly beginning to push up, get into those higher areas, take control of this tree zone first, force the Splatling up a little bit higher, bit by bit by bit, and force them just farther and farther back. I mean, we're already down to the 30s. Of course, we've got this Booyah Bomb coming out from Boing here, doing the best they can. Oh, the nice pick. Yeah, that's ooh, 2 down now. That inkjet there. Yeah, they get back control of the zone.
They still did keep the zone there for a couple seconds.
They did, which is pretty admirable. But I think it also might have been because Thembo was focused on picks first and then getting to the zone. Understandable. And now it is their turn to have the penalty almost gone. But as you can see, I mean, as soon as I said that,
right away.
Symphony surged back out and taken the zone again, and they're pretty much back in that same position, a little bit further behind than before, but they're again slowly just forcing the members of Thembo back, especially with this leader. There's so much pressure from this blink angle. Oh my goodness, and you can see the Splatling struggling because they don't have that much cover other than that little block behind there to really stay out of the sight lines of this leader who is just chilling on the bridge here.
And here comes the first initial booyah, but Symphony does have specials to counter. Oh, getting stuck on that ledge.
Yeah, they got stuck. Oh, they got stuck on the little ledge, couldn't swim back again. That's the second time we've seen that happen.
The brush is the only one alive.
Oh my goodness.
They're right. That is a reverse. Taku able to get that brush down just to keep the zones, and the push that they had just didn't exist.
That was a 1v1 right there. Yeah, I didn't even see that happen. Just a bloodbath right now. But I mean, all of these picks have resulted in Symphony being on top time and time again. This is just the same state of the map that we've been seeing. But as you can see, it's looking for like the members of Thembo are opting to approach from this side.
They're trying again. They got the leader again with missiles, and the booyah coming out. Try to do something. We see one down on the zone. Two down against Thembo.
They need the zones. Boy,
it's
not able to
dualies.
Oh, the dualies. Oh,
they can probably solve the KO here.
Oh no! And there we go.
Game.
That is the KO.
Oh wow!
We just saw the Splat get hits, but not able to take one out, and that's heartbreaking because. Even if just one had gone down, that might have played out just a little bit differently, but as it stands, that is going to be the KO for Symphony, and now, yet again, we are 1-1.
We are indeed 1-1. This is definitely close games here, and I think like something Symphony is really capitalizing, like I said, is they're moving forward like a collapsing wall. Meanwhile, Thembo is relying on someone to get a back route flank. And by doing this, they're leaving one out alone, and they're being called out. Actually, no, it's 2-1 Symphony. My bad. It's 2-1 Symphony. It is 2-1 because we had the Clan Blitz, Tower Control, and that was the last one.
I can't count then. Oh.
Yes, no, I was like, wait a second, hold on. No,
wait a minute. I forgot about the Tower Control match. I don't know. I was like, oh yes, Clan Blitz and Splat. No, we don't.
Anywho, yes, it was 2-1 Symphony, so that was bravo Symphony. But yeah, Symphony, the biggest thing that they were doing is like, they worked as a unit to move forward as a collapsible wall. Meanwhile, Thembo IHOP was really relying on their brush to go around and do more solo things, and then their CDS was kind of going around doing a similar thing. That's something that they were getting caught off on because they were getting called out early, I believe, because we could see kind of in the background on some of the angles that the spec cam was giving us. If you look at the background, you could see someone shifting over to a brush flank on the side of Symphony, and then there would be two shots looking at it, and then they would look straight back forward at everyone else as soon as the flank was taken care of. They would stop what's about to happen really early. So when Thembo tried to make those pushes, it would fail because they catch the tube off alone, and they'd go down right away. So that is how Symphony was able to keep that control really well. So just if Thembo, they did it in the last overtime push of their Starfish game. They did the moving in collapsible wall. They picked off Symphony, who was in one at a time. So it was like a reverse situation. Yeah. So if Thembo can just group together more and like keep coordination with their brush and just make sure they're not too many are taking off angles, their comp can work really well with the brush distraction as long as like they keep communication and work with it, and the other three are relatively closer together. But yeah, that was a really good set by both teams. Had their offs and ons, and Symphony able to show that collapsible wall that a lot of teams want to try to achieve when they make their pushes. Or that moving in wall, not collapsible wall. They weren't collapsing. The wall that was in, you get my point. Anywho, that was I believe the last round of Swiss. So yes. We will take a break, and we will be back for the.
And actually, right before that break, we have a couple of talking points to make. Got a couple of things to guys in this funny little stream. First off, Launch Point Draft Cup number 7 is tomorrow. It is very, very quickly approaching. The teams have been made, and they are raring to start the battle on Sunday 5th. That is tomorrow at 5 p.m. UTC. So make sure you tune into the stream, because also there is a really big announcement to come, and you do not want to miss it. So yes, that's very exciting. I'm very excited to see that.
I'll be partaking in it, so definitely check out the stream. That'll be happening tomorrow. Will be a good thing because we have the mid-level mixing in with the Launch Point members, so it's definitely a big event with the Ink Odyssey. So yeah.
Yes. Do you want to take the next one?
You can.
Alright, cool. Low Ink, December 2021. I mean, you might have already known this because you're watching High Ink, but Low Ink is coming up. Do not miss out on one of the biggest low-level tournaments. It's a monthly 2-day tournament that takes place on the weekend, usually a later weekend in the month. But, yes. So it helps newer and lower level teams get their feet off the ground by banning teams above a League Division 4 or equivalent. Tune into the stream or sign up at play.iplabs.inc/li. Link hopefully should be in the chat. Very exciting. And of course, we've got Squidboard's Revival. The Squidboard Splat Series is a tournament for all players at all levels, and they hope that everyone feels welcome to be involved. This one-day event will run on December 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, and it will have a Swiss stage format and 3 late-stage brackets, which will be at squidboards.com/battlefy. Very, very exciting things. The month of
Squidboards come back.
Yeah, the month of December is packed with amazing events. I'm very, very excited to be a part of some of them and to see all of them go on. It's just gonna be so good.
Gotta get everything all in before the holidays, right? So then we're all tired out so we can relax.
Oh, definitely. Yes, and with that, like you said, we're going to be taking a quick 5-minute break in order to seed elimination. Right before we get into that stage, we'll be back for the first round of that, so everyone do please stay tuned. We will see you in about 5 minutes.
All right. Let's get all of the hype in chat already. It is time for the bracket phase of High Inc. And our first match is going to be Pursuit versus Resilience. These teams have both done well so far. Resilience, I definitely know them more than Pursuit, seeing Carbine, Daybreak, Julian, Splatver. It's really nice to see them together again, and I see them elsewhere on their other teams now. And Pursuit, definitely more familiar names: Lemonade, Bebop, Taya, and Prosper.
I know Taya. I've seen Taya before.
Thank you for the correction.
I might be wrong. I don't actually know if I ever concretely knew whether it was Taya or Taya, but I'm gonna go with Taya. I'm so sorry, but I remember scrimming their Tetris before, and not having a very good time scrimming their Tetris. So I'm very excited to watch them on this stream today. We are going to begin Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. We saw Sturgeon earlier with tower control, but this is going to be different because it's Rainmaker, and yeah, you got different ways. And actually, this is I feel like this is one of this is also one of the only maps like you can like actually use all of the ways to get to the pedestal. Like there's not one that's neglected at all, really, because you got the way up on the left, and then you got the sponge, or you just got not using the sponge and going all the way to the right. It's whichever really. It's just like whichever doesn't really have too many people, and like the left one is pretty fast, but you also have that little cheese you can drop into the void but get a few more points. So there's a lot of options on this map. It's also a really long map. And ooh, C-Jet.
Yep, C-Jet coming out here, and both pretty standard.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
that's triple object shredder.
Triple object shredder versus just bombs and stuff, but none of them really going for pop first thing. They're going for turf control, but it looks like Resilience is the one to get the initial pop. Lemonade, you're getting armor. Seeing if they can maybe get an initiation here versus missiles. They get pushed, but 2 down immediately on Pursuit. Just those missiles really helped Resilience there.
But the Rainmaker missed that jump up to the blocks. They're going to have to make it again. They're going to get taken out by Prosper on the way. You can tell that they probably would have gotten that all the way down to the Void Cheese, but unfortunately missing that jump cost them. They're going to have some time to hopefully try and get that again, especially with 1 down and their teammates back. But as you can see, now that the C-Jet is on to them, that C-Jet's got the Stingray.
There's an Inkjet.
Inkjet's going to come and try and get the C-Jet gets taken out. The Inkjet gets taken out. We've got a lot going on right here. You see that Tetra's using their splashdown as well. Prosper here gonna get censored, unfortunately. Point sensor pointing them out, and I didn't realize that was a vanilla dually squelchers. That is a vanilla dually squelchers.
Yep, it is the vanilla dually squelchers, but really nice back and forth action there from the initial start to the Ray with the Inkjet counter just to the follow-ups. Like that was a really nice follow-up plays by both teams, so nothing else is really heavily scored there. It was just kind of stopped, but yeah, the unfortunate miss.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, missed on this map because there's so many jumps that you can make, such as like, on top of the sponge. Ooh, finally they made it, but that Stingray is just. Oh, they make the jump, getting it all the way to 50, but that Stingray just taking it out. Like, I was gonna mention, if you take that top left, you have to watch for Stingray because it is perfectly built to defend on that. And you can see they're trying to get the pop here. They've got their jump in as well. All of their members got to avoid that suction bomb. They keep it going. They get it down to 39, very much on the aggressive, but now they're going to back off wisely because it's only the Not and the Junior lane.
Yeah, no, very wise decision to back off. I was actually surprised they still took the advantage to get a couple more points off of it. You never know, that may help them in the end, as long as the other team can't make the same thing but get the drop-off cheese strat.
Yeah, we've got these Tetras showing out their movement in mid, avoiding everything coming at them as well. We got another Stingray from that C-Jet. That's going to be their 3rd so far. And, I mean, we have no points on the board yet for Pursuit, as it's all been Resilience trying to get it forward. But here we go. They go, and that carbon on that shot just going to pop out from the shark and deny that. They're doing their best, though. They are very much doing doing their best here. But we've got movement from the dualies. It's just top notch. And they're missing the cancel. And they are going for a lemonade on the Siege as well.
This is set up with the Ray too.
Very much going, and there we go. A very nice setup. He has all the way down to 20. Siege is going to be the last one remaining. So they're going to stick around in mid, but that's very, very nice on the side of Pursuit there.
CJ playing it really risky there, just holding mid the best they can, although Tetris comes in and does get picked, which is unfortunate. CJ here still trying to hold ground, but does go down to Daybreak, and it looks like is called out, gonna opt to jump out, hold that Inkjet, pretty good decision so that Inkjet can come in and take any and control any corners that they need to when Resilience tries to come in again.
Oh, definitely. We've got Prosper there on the missiles, getting 3 out of 4, which is quite nice. You can see that we've got a couple specials online as well. You saw the Inkjet getting popped, the missiles getting popped as well. Both the teams pretty much just trying to get control of mid. Tetris going down, Shot going down. We've got a 3 for 3 in mid, and pretty even paint as well. It's a little bit of a neutral standoff as both teams wait for a big opening. We've got 1 minute left. But of course, it is still up to Resilience to get another push in, because right now, Pursuit could just defend, and if this goes on for the rest of the match, they would win. So we've got to have a little bit of aggression coming out of Resilience here, and they have those 2 specials online. This double missile, but unfortunately, those dualies going down.
This is the last 30 seconds of play. We see the Seajet does have GG Ray at ready. So if they can maybe find something to pick off the jet, the Nod I think goes down to that bomb that was thrown over. Where it's just Pursuit right now is just, they're not pushing in too far, which is really nice. Although Prosper now just but does back up a little bit. But they're keeping a lot of bomb pressures on these entryways just so Resilience can't come through. However,
that CJ going down. Oh, Prosper's the only one left on the field, and they're going to rush for that. They're going to take the Rainmaker. We're going to have overtime.
Wow.
I don't know how those picks happen, but they certainly haven't. And now we've got one more push from Resilience that is possible. But you can see the members already respawn on Pursuit. Beside Pursuit, that CJ got their GG right at the ready, and I'd be so surprised if I didn't see it come out right about now. I mean, you can see them all the way back up. They're waiting there. There we go. They're waiting until they get into a little bit more of a place. They're doing their best. They avoided. The CJ actually goes down, but they are running out of time. They've got about 30 seconds left. They have 2 down. They have the member advantage right now. It looks like Carbon's going to try and guide them into this right area instead. But
really risky. Comes right up ahead.
Very risky. Yeah, all of these suction bombs are going to come out.
Lemonade.
Oh my goodness.
The members are going down one by one and gets finally picked off from up.
Yeah, you can see they tried to find the opening, but just could not quite weasel their way in, and that is the end of the match. Another close game 1 to start this off.
Initially with the Stingray, when you were kind of counting it down, I'm like, I think they're going to wait until the Rainmaker goes in a tight corner, and I thought that's initially what they were going to do, because with the Rainmaker still being in mid like that, they have all the room that they can have just to dodge
Definitely.
So I figured they were going to hold that more until the Rainmaker would come in one of the tighter situations, either on the left side, or if they tried to make the jump again on the it would have been
the sponge.
Either
way,
But they still did use it middle there, and it was just
they did come out on top in the end. But yeah, it might have ended earlier if they had just waited for the Rainmaker to take one of those higher positions. They also, I feel like maybe Resilience tried to bait out that Stingray as well, just because they knew that if they tried to go on one of those, that Stingray would just immediately kill them. So they almost wanted to get that out of the way.
Another thing is that there weren't any other teammates in position to capitalize on it. They just kind of relied on the Ray to just stay on lock with the Rainmaker the entire time. So also with that, doesn't guarantee the full-on game over with how much damage you still need the Ray to do with it at full health. But yeah, they still... Pursuit still able to hold that lead, but definitely could have been risky if Resilience was able to stay alive on their push, but the Rainmaker just could not find a way in.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on now to Tower Control and Anchovy games. This is one of my favorites. Back when I did play I'm biased toward this, I will say it. Back when my team did come. This was one of our favorite map modes. We did so well here, and so I always love seeing this. We've got triple stealth jump coming out from Pursuit as well, so we're going to be seeing that.
We do have the ink jets as well to do the funny over the big wall, and armor's coming right away from both sides.
Oh, you love to see behind this map. It's hilarious. Oh, we've got people going down left and right. Pursuit. 3 down right now. Bebop the only one alive. Still gonna stay out here, try and get something done, but unfortunately everybody's just gonna hop on.
This is RNG not in their favor there. They did have the opportunity to get a trade there, but was able to just get jumped on without anyone going down. So Resilience in a nice looking spot here. They do still have missiles at the ready. Daybreak getting a nice pick on top there. That's really key. Getting the one from up there down. Just gonna wait for this booyah. They get another pick when the booyah lands.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, we're just watching this fights go down in mid, and not even in mid. This is just going and going and going. The sport. My bad. This is the snowball. This is the definition of snowball right here. I mean, even with the 1-1, we've still Bebop's trying, and this RNG is just not in their favor. Oh my goodness. Oh, with that, all of these picks going down, that is it. And now we're 1-1.
Yeah, that looked like the 52 could have definitely had at least 2 picks there, but just did not land enough shots there. It just is like, wait a second, but this could have been theirs. How did it? Wait, what?
I mean, that's the thing about playing Gal. Like, sometimes you land the shots and sometimes you just don't, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, very dominant performance there by Resilience. They got the top key picks they needed, even when specials were just fired. They had the bombs in the right place as well to get after when the specials fired, so they just could capitalize on that and just staggered Pursuit. Just the 52 was the last one alive, I think, twice or 3 times? So, a little bit I think there could have been some coordination not going in their favor there. Could have been a little bit of a panic, but just trying to come in on their own, or their team kind of went ahead of them, but not sure there, but kept being the last one alive. But just Resilience having the squad moving up just like a stampede.
The squad indeed. And now we are going to the final match of this set. Flam Blitz on Snapper Canal. Oh boy, this one's funny because sometimes you get people falling in the water on stream, and it's funny. It's tragic, but it's very funny.
People place bets for this, and it's just like, some people, as soon as they do this, the bet placement, it never happens. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah, you jinx it.
And here's another thing, is like this map mode is very teamwork heavy to get your pushes off. Usually one will flank and they'll call the other teams in with a special coming out to help secure that lead or push. So it's going to be very teamwork heavy, and both of these teams coming back here, like I believe they are both disbanded teams, so coming back in here, just finding that synergy that they once had to come in to see who's going to take this game 3.
Oh, definitely. We'll just have to see, and Clan Blitz is very heavily reliant on synergy as well, especially in a map like this where, even though it is pretty small, I mean, that basket is so close to mid, it can get really hard to push in if the other team has solid defense.
Mm-hmm. And we have both teams can be pretty aggressive here and holding, and can hold really well as they both go. Like, this could be very even. It just, who's going to come out on top on the initial team fight.
Oh, definitely. And here we go. We're going to be jumping into this last match very soon.
C-Jet staying. Both Nautilus is staying.
Oh.
And Resilience still sticking to their majority aggressive comp, which Resilience usually does. We'll see how they decide to move in together.
Oh, definitely. And of course, we've got this Siege at that Stingray. Will hopefully come in handy for pushing. Unfortunately, that shot's going to be the first one to go down. You can see that armor has come out too. But this little 2v1, 2v2 now. Hopefully, though, they can come out on top. And Oh, that jump out.
They just could not find him.
It's like, where are you? You almost hide and seek us, but they cheese that one with the jump out. We've got pretty even amounts of clams. This is just the calm before the storm that you often see in clambless matches. I don't know, that jump in survived. Inkjet didn't time their shots quite right, unfortunately, and now they've gone down. But there is the power clam now on the side of Pursuit. And they do have one member down, so it's not like they're going to push in immediately, but they can just chill back. They can sit out, they can sit and wait a little bit, but of course you can see a lot of clams on right now. That member's gone down, so hopefully Resilience can turn this into something there now. The ones with
was that a missile pick?
Yes, I believe that was a missile pick that came directly onto the Inkjet as they were launching.
How unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that missile comes directly onto you. Can't avoid it when you're in the process of launching into the air, so that is really unfortunate. And just like that, controls flipped with 20 clams on the side of Pursuit right now. They're looking for the perfect way to go in. You can see Lemonade just trying to find an opening there, but getting shot at from every single angle they attempt. They need picks first before they can get in. Prosper here on the Inkjet trying to do just that. Ooh, we've got the Stingray coming out as well. Hopefully the Stingray can take advantage of that. They've got the picks now a little bit. Julian's still here though, somebody's tried to go around sneaky, but it didn't quite work out for them. No! You up on the clam getting taken out. Unfortunate.
They had the off angles. They did have the initial picks, just didn't get the ones that were guarding the way that they wanted to go in. Just the one with the power clam, like they I don't even think they could have passed it to anyone. It was just, they got a couple picks off, but they still had the initial guard. So it was a good attempt, but after when the first went down, it wasn't as salvageable as they thought it could be.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, Clan Blitz pushes sometimes go like that, where, you get the picks, but you just don't have the opportunity, and then once you have the opportunity, it's gone because everybody's respawned. It's very difficult. That's just, and the way that the basket's structured here, it is quite literally a steep uphill battle to get to that basket, which makes it all the more difficult, especially if you have weapons that can really easily take advantage of that height difference. We don't have a lot of that.
They left the basket open for the C-Jet there. With the 3 on the one side, so team fight going on here. Very nice pick for Cluster. It's gonna be triple? Not quite.
Narrowly missing taking a dive there. That Inkjet saving them, and whoop, the other not quite able to save the clam, but able to get that pick now. And still, I mean, no scores at all. And we've got under 2 minutes left in this match. I really hope it doesn't come down to, like the overtime with only one power clam deciding the fate of the game. But that one, if it does come down to that could very well decide the fate of the set as well.
If that does happen, you know how equal these teams are playing right now. Like, this
definitely.
is pretty fantastic. Like, they're both countering each other's pushes well. They're shifting to the side of the map that needs more players. They're doing really well here, and currently, as we see, it looks like Resilience has a bit more map control. They both have about the same amount of clams as well. It's just who can get initial here, but looks like the Daybreak gets picked off in middle there. And now the second goes down for Resilience, and this power clam being chased down, and with the amount of clams the Pursuit has, this could be a very huge opportunity.
Beautiful Inkjet out of Prosper here. There we go. That is the clam in. And with that, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to come back from that if the state of the game that we've seen for now is any telling. We've got a few more clams and getting it down to 65, which ordinarily I wouldn't say that is a lot, but we only have 30-something seconds left. And Prosper also getting out unharmed, able to jump back. So very, very good for them. I don't think they even lost that claim because they jumped out to a teammate as well. So with that, although the push ends at a small 15 points, that is going to be huge for them, as all they have to do is sit back on that defense. You can see the C-Jet has that Ray at the ready as well. We've got clams getting built up for Resilience, but I mean, it's very hard to put a push together in Clan Blitz in only like 10 or so seconds. And with this Ray coming out, not able to get picks, but still able to help get picks with 2 down now. Yeah, we've got the overtime because of that pity clam, but with this Inkjet and the missiles coming out, they're just pushed back so far. You can see they're not trying to get something on anything.
They did get one, they get 2.
They threw the power clam. Oh, unable to get 2. Prosper, they're trying to get something on the clam, not quite. Time's up. Time is up, and that is going to be the set.
Yeah, no, that was close. Like, just taking the win with that at 65, and on this map, just one good push can seal the deal, and just only having one initial break to 65, like, Pursuit took that opportunity as soon as they got it. And glad they did. Like, that Inkjet popped out and got that double, and Bebop was on the other side and Street. So Pursuit did the 3 on one side, 1 on the other, and lured them over to where the Inkjet could get some clear picks. So that was well played. And I don't know how the 2 went down on Resilience there just before overtime was about to happen, but man, did they ever make it so it would so Resilience would have a hard time pushing forward.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, but that is that great end to a great set, and with that, I believe we're going to be signing off. We're going to be handing off the mic because that was our last block. It was very, very exciting, though. I mean, that was great. Let's see. Who are we going to be handing the mic off to? Is it Magic and Popgun that are after this? All right. Yes, we've got confirmation. We are going to be handing off the mic. Yeah. Amazing duo themselves, Magic and Popgun. Very excited to see them. So yes, but thank you all for coming out, watching. Again, stay tuned because we've got more of High Ink 2 coming your way. Thank you, Debbie, for commentating with me. It was a pleasure.
Oh yeah, same with you. Definitely good to. I don't think I've commentated with you before, so this is.
I don't believe we have. Yeah. Right before we sign off, where can the wonderful people on the audience find you on the internet?
Oh geez, you can find me on Twitter at Debbie Doovie, Twitch Debbie_Doovie, and you'll see me doing all of the Hydra things. So how about you?
You can find me on Twitter at Cater_, where I talk about a lot of things. When I post art, I talk about the stuff I commentate. So again, make sure to check out those tournaments that we mentioned earlier in the stream, and have a very wonderful rest of your day, everyone. Stay tuned.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to High Ink 2! I am Popgun, joined to the microphone with the Magic 8-Ball, who commentated High Ink 1. Magic, welcome back to High Ink.
Thank you so much, Popgun. It is great to be back, and it is great to watch all the exciting games that we've seen today. So many great games that we've seen on stream, which is just a joy to see. That's what you're going to get with an Invitational, right?
Well, that was the intent, at least. So far, everything on stream has gone to a game 3 with the set tied 1 apiece. That's going to be a tall task for Geek Squids if they want to find a way to knock off the February champion Xylo, who has been playing extremely well all day long. I believe their only loss coming 2-1 to the current number 1 seed Sanctum. Geek Squids on a bit of a Cinderella run here. They got a deep roster. They didn't win a low ink, but they have won all of our hearts, obviously, as they are a fan favorite. But Xylo looking pretty strong over there.
That's what I've been seeing. I mean, really, the only other team that could hold a candle to them was Sanctum, and that was looked like a very long, drawn-out 3-game set. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. I'm excited to see if Geek Squids, I've heard so much about them, see if they can at least give them a run for their money.
And they're very impatient. They're ready to get this one going. Everything you're going to see from here on out, we are in quarterfinals of a single elimination bracket. It is best of 5 from here on out, so no nonsense going on with just a 2-game stretch here as we see Crapid Blaster coming out from the side of Geek Squids. And I think what you see right there is pretty much what you're going to get out of Xylo. K-Gal, T-Tech, obviously action on that H3, and Dino, always very scary charger player.
You know, we really don't see a lot of H3 nowadays, but this is looking like a very classic, like early Splatoon 2 comp that we're seeing out of Xylo here, and I really like to see it. Obviously you have the K-Gal, which is the innovation sort of, but this is bread and butter. It's so easy to utilize this long range of the H3 here to also support and put out pressure like they're doing right here, able to find the trade onto Cloud. And although the zone does go in the favor of Geek Squids for right now, it seems like Xylo is the one with all of the pressure.
Geek Squid's going to need to hold off here, build up all of their specials that they need, but one more player goes down. The Splash gets taken down, I believe, by the Charger Dino, as No over here, probably Neo Slayer, working around that right side. Blue getting canceled, but then immediately it turns into a trade from who else? The Charger player getting a nice splat there, throwing some suction bombs as well to keep all the Geek Squid players back as the points just start piling up in the Xylo's favor.
Yeah, but this is the strength of the Geek Squids composition here. They can just run at this Charger player whatever they want to, especially if they have armor going in, and can really run a train. 2 very immobile weapons in the Charger and the H3 that are going to have to be really careful and play perfectly if they want to be useful. Look at these burst bombs, able to push DLK out of the way, and Geek Squids, even though they're 1 down, looks like they might be able to take the lead here. Beamon comes in, going to take down Alan, I believe, and that's going to do it for the push. Maybe a cap one more time, but yeah, now it's just Cloud up, and already Xylo's in the base, Popgun.
Every other Charger in the world would jump out right there when it's a 4v1 situation. Instead, Dino just stays alive right there. It doesn't get any picks, but it keeps enough attention away for the rest of the players to Xylo to come back in. But now man advantage in the favor of Geek Squids. You see Shrimport starting to get some splats that they can work with here. Geek Squids pumping into the zone, and now a double bomb rush from each side. It looks like the ones from Geek Squids going to be a little too much stronger than Xylo's, as they do get control of zone, but they're not going to have the bodies to hold on to it for very long.
Look at Blue. Blue doing a great job finding that little sneak around in that pit to come up and flank right exactly when they were dropping, when Geek Squids were dropping. Fantastic play. Look at how far up DLK is. This is what I love to see about Chargers. The Chargers that know what they're doing, know how far up they can stand, and make a lot of effort because of it. And then obviously when things don't go their way, they jump out, but again, a great play, and it allows for the setup from No here, able to get 2 behind that wall. Bruh. And I think that it's this ability to be so aggressive with all of these players on the side of Xylo, it's going to give them the upper hand.
Yeah, even the players you think shouldn't be aggressive are ones going in as well. Geek Squid's hanging in there, though. 3 minutes gone by. Penalty points almost gone for Xylos. You see them starting to push up into the Geek Squid side of the map. Strinfort going down somehow by Blue, who's popping an inkjet, looking to get a little bit more there. Takes down Amir as well, and that is a white.
Oh, wow.
Geek Squid's in dangerous situation right here.
And that's the thing with this composition too, is they can turn up the Jets at any point as long as that K-Gala and the T-Tech are together and making moves. They have so much offensive pressure, especially with that Inkjet special and that armor that can come out so quickly from the H3, and that's going to do it for this first game. This is best of 5. They need to win 2 more, but this is looking like Xylo is set.
I mean, it was close until Xylo just shifted into a whole nother gear and just started turning up the splats there. I don't think the Charger died at all on the side of Xylo. And I don't think they ever, I think they just went to mid and just stayed there the entire game. I don't think they ever jumped back or anything. That's a lot of aggression coming out from the Charger. Now, especially with Geek Squids, they're running this, there's this kind of standard December 2021 comp of being aggressive, anchorless going on here. And it looks like we do have a bit of a sub coming out from Geek Squids. They do have the deeper roster, Furion coming in. So maybe they can see something here. And the Dino immediately readying up. So, of course, Firefin, it's like, okay, you know what we're going to use. Just stop us. It's on you. So, yeah, Geek Squids needs an answer to that. The Charger player cannot be that comfortable to where they never jump out, even when it's a 4v1 situation.
Exactly. And you'd think that with the 3 really aggressive weapons in the Rapid and then the 2 front lines that they have, with the Junior able to move in as well, become an offensive presence, that it would be a little bit different. But I don't... They're going to have to do something like maybe a little bit different. Maybe I didn't see many missiles come out on the side of Geek Squids. Like maybe that could be something to get the Charger uncomfortable. Something along those lines, right?
Well, they brought in Furion, or Furion, so we'll see that. I would be surprised if it wasn't something to help kind of deal with that. I mean, it's kind of pick your poison with the Xylo team. You take out the Charger, all of a sudden you got Blue and Neo kind of dealing with you in action, just putting paint all over the place. The bread and butter comp that got Xylo their Low Ink Championship all the way back in February, as we're now heading to game 2 of this best of 5 Clan Blitz. Furion coming in with the armor Inzat, and Blue switching off of the Octo Shot so that Neo can go to Splatter Shot. Blue going with Nautilus. A very double midline comp here, but still a lot of paint that Xylo can put down.
I mean, Nautilus is still essentially a Slayer, right? It's just going to be a little bit less paint for a little bit more range, but especially with Strimforce being able to find picks like that on the DLK, it's going to be huge. 2 going down to the side of Geek Squids here, though, not able to stand tall, and the clams are coming in for Xylo. This is going to be really quick. Push. Holy cow.
Little clam train going there. You take it. No, you take it. Just pass it up the line. And look at this. 3 players going down. So a nice little defense here from Geek Squids. Not very minimum damage done on that push, and now they have an opportunity to get control of Bridge and try to get something going here. We see a trade. The Charger player going down a second time as Geek Squid's able to be more aggressive with that Charger, but they need to find an answer to deal with these other players that are starting to pop off as well. One more player going down. Make that the Tri-Slosher Furion in a little bit of a trouble situation here on their own street, as well as we start to see the rest of Xylo players starting to jump back into mid and put a lot of green on the Geek Squid side of the map.
And you can feel the pace of this match is so different. Xylo seems like they're really turning up the Jets here. And it seems like Geek Squids are trying to bring it right back to them, but not able to win any of their fights. This is looking pretty dicey. They do have 2 power clans. If they can get this push off, then it's fine. But if they keep going 2 down staggered like this, it's just not going to work out. Here come the specials from Xylo and the clams. This is going to be dirty.
They got a lot of clams to work with. One more player going down, though. Action trying to stay alive down here. Make that 2 players going down. Geek Squids able to not stop the push altogether. Action able to kind of jump in there and find a way to pop the basket. They're not going to get a lot of points off of that. Just looks like just like a handful off of the few penalty points that was there, but still, Geek Squids with a ton of clams right now. Make that 30, but all of those clams just basically acting as active point sensors, locating their position at the whole time. Can they find a way to get those clams into the basket? They're now moving their way down to mid. Action trying to just keep everybody at bay as the Geek Squid starting to push up now. Can they find a way up that hill? They need to get some splats to work with, and it looks like they're really struggling to do that.
It does. Even when they were able to shut down the push from Xylo, they ended up going 2 down in the process because of a good charger shot that came out. You know, and it's little things like that that's going to really make the difference, especially if they're not getting the first bloods during these fights. This is really important. And now they're just at a disadvantage. Look at Fearon on the bridge trying to make a move here, but unable to do so. And Blue able to find a nice pick on a string for it here, and that's going to really open them up. Here come the specials once again from Xylo, and that's at least 1 power clam going in. Here come the rest. They've got about 10 clams to go, make that 12 clams to go, and they're still up in the enemy car and able to get some picks. This is looking really bad.
Neo building up some more clams as well to come in here. I don't know. Well, I mean, they're getting the splats they need to get the KO, and now somebody's got the clams that they need as well. Just a few more clams as we see a lot of trades going out there. Action kind of backing up. And look at Dino being the one body blocking with the charger. Action gets there in time with 1 more clam. Can they get the KO? Somebody's got some more, and they don't get it in time. 1 point mean continues, but now I don't know if Xylo's going to leave here.
No, definitely not. Now that they have DLK up in this alleyway, there's just no shot. Unless they get flanked, which is what Geek Squid is looking to do. Really heads up play from them. They're behind DLK, able to find one. Action jumped in, trying to get the pick here, but the K-shot's not going to find the Nautilus. They're finally able to clear everyone out, but at what cost? That could have turned really poorly, but Geek Squid's making a heads up play. Bound able to find 1 more here as well. It's so bloody right now. It's really a bloodbath, and I think that they need to start making clean pushes.
The Geek Squids could find a way to start chaining these armors and absorbing some of those shots, pushing up with it, getting some splats. They can make something happen here. The problem is they're just not winning 1v1s at all. Here comes the first set of armor. Oh, actually, they popped armor at the same time. It can still work out if they find a way to get some splats. Booyah Bomb coming out here, just going to be a bit of a desperation play. Does get a trade, but now Cloud, being the last player left alive, isn't going to survive long enough. That is going to end that push. And I don't think, no, they don't have a Mercy Clam either, so Geek Squids, if they want to keep this game going to overtime, they need to get splats and build up a Power Clam and stop Xylo, who is looking like they're trying to go for the KO. They're not happy with just a normal win here. 2 more players going down from the side of Geek Squids, and they have no clams. Regardless of how this game ends, it is over. Xylo up 2-0.
It did end up going into overtime briefly there. I have no idea how.
It did, yeah.
Geek Squids needs to not be taking 1v1s. Right? Like, they're losing 1v1s. They need to not be taking 1v1s. You know, if they can't find a way to out-mechanic, then they need to be positioning perfectly. They need to be positioning around each other. They need to be taking 2v1s instead. And, like, so many times I saw the Tri-Slosher player up in front and trying to get, like, a trade or something, but they need to be together. And that's, I think, what was really the difference. And obviously, Xylo did a great job of splitting them up, especially during that last play. The Nautilus flanking around all the way to like that far right ramp in the back corner of the map, and ended up just like tearing a lot of attention away. But even still, there were some of those plays they were like all on bridge, and one person just moved up just a little bit too quickly. You know, there needs to be a bit of a comp change coming out from Geek Squid. Not like their roster, but like the actual weapons they're bringing out here. They're going up against an H3 and a Nautilus that can really get a lot of splats and keep their distance. That's really all Xylo has to do, is just kind of stiff arm their opponent, make sure they don't give it in the range of the short range weapon that Geek Squids are bringing out, and they're just going to get splat after splat after splat, especially when you have a charger pushing up as well. So Geek Squids need a little bit more range or some more specials that they can just kind of spam to help discombobulate Xylo a little bit. But, you know, it's I mean, this is clearly, we're seeing why Xylo won Low Ink back in February, and how strong they are. If they did not disband and they kept going forward, where would they be today? But yeah, if you're Geek Squids, you want to get back into this one, you need to some sort of comp change. The short range thing isn't going to work against these guys. they tried to do something with this double armor missile composition, but it didn't really end up doing what they needed it to do, and just left them kind of floundering some of the time because they were so focused on winning fights. I don't think the double armor is the way to go. Let's see if they change. They do.
Nautilus and Machine, giving them a little bit more range here. I like it. I like trying something a little bit different. Only one armor this time around. And yeah, no change. Actually, Junior instead of the H3. I guess they wanted a little bit more mobility here from the side of Xylo.
I guess so. I mean, I guess if you're getting charger shots like that, then, you know, anything works. Here I'm getting a nice pick here on the OK, but that is... What? How did they go down? Where were they?
I think Blue got a triple there. And now looking Blue starting to push up with the Inkjet as well, getting into the Geek Squid base. Man, if they can find a way to build up some specials, they need missiles or something to stop the second checkpoint.
We stop getting traded as this machine here is just trying to get the tower. You can't just focus on the tower, you need to get the people around it first, or else this is gonna happen. Geek Squids looks like they're on their last leg. And again, one goes down, make that 2. This is all the way in the blue for Xylo as things put all the way up in their face. Here comes the Inkjet probably. Sliding Butter is gonna send this one into a quick under a minute game 3 win.
Well, there's Xylo looking pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
That's I guess kind of what we've expected there, especially in this point in the tournament. And Junior top fracking 7K. I think that was mostly assists thanks to Blue. But hey, Geek Squids, hats off to them, making it to quarterfinals here. Had a pretty good run here in Low Ink, won earlier on stream. We big Geek Squid fans here, and we're happy they could be a part of High Ink. But we're getting down to crunch time. It's down to the nitty gritty, and we're starting to see the best of the teams that have played in Low Ink over the course of this year. With that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be back with semifinals of High Ink here, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with High Ink 2 on IPL. Welcome back to High Ink 2, and we have got a very interesting set in store for you guys here at semifinals. A redemption set for both teams coming in here. First off, Sirius finished in second place 2 low inks in a row this year, losing to the Deep Fried Octolings and Heroes Fan Club back-to-back before getting eliminated, banned from low ink altogether for being too good. On the flip side, you have a team formerly known as Dragon Dynasty Wave, who has rebranded to Sanctum here, but is infamous in low ink lore for being the incident team. Sanctum looking very strong so far in this tournament, dropping a grand total of 2 games. 1 to Xylo, 1 to Evening Chicken so far. Clearly the number 1 seed here, but both teams didn't get an opportunity to win low ink, came really close, are in a good position to win high ink here.
They are both in a very good position, but they do have a tough set ahead of them. Especially with the map list that we're seeing here, it's going to be a lot of just grueling games that will not end without a fight from either side. Especially with the clashing playstyles too. I mean, Sirius is a very modern style composition team, and from what I understand, Sanctum has like a backline player, somebody who's going to play Jet, who's going to play Bamboo, and is going to be really oppressive with that range. So it's again going to be that kind of a clash. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Both teams a bit involved in some sort of crazy shenanigans and low inks that they lost. Arguably Sirius in a position to beat the Deep Fried Octolings in June if they just didn't DC all of those times that they did here. And now we're at Mako Mart, a map that's a lot of issues have happened in low ink in the past here at Mako Mart. In fact, this is where both teams have DC'd at some point here, so some bad memories here at the Mako Mart, but something's got to give here as we see a Bamboo coming out from the side. I believe that is the Dragons that are the purple. Or not the Dragons, Sanctum.
One of these teams is going to have their luck run dry. Whether that's the bad luck or the good luck. One of these teams will come out on top. We do see that it seems like Sanctum is having a good time here on this left side, able to earn a little bit of pressure and then jumping back anyways. And now this map is looking blue.
Yeah, Sanctum starting to push up here. They got some clams to work with as well as some armor, but 2 players going down on the side of Sirius. A power clan being formed by the H3 here. You gotta get another H3 and Bamboo player kind of working together for another double midline kind of situation going here. Soup stopping any kind of push from happening now. And look, in this map, it's so small on Clam Blitz that momentum shifts very quickly. And now they don't have the clams to work with, but they got a lot of map control is Sirius.
They do have a lot of map control. It seems like they don't really have the specials online quite yet to follow it up, though, nor do they have enough clams. They do have a power, but you're going to want at least 14 clams to push, right? They end up getting 2 down. Sanctum climbing with the back foot, trying to juggle this clam. The curling bomb! Able to find one as they're juggling the clams up here on the stack. Again, tossing them out. And that really is the mark of a good Bamboo player to me, who's able to use the entire kit effectively and knowing exactly when to back up and come back to this stack to put on so much pressure. Fantastic play here from Bamboo.
It's one of those splats where you're just like, oh, that worked. Okay. You just got to move on. 2-3 players now going down from Sanctum as Sirius starting to push up, but they don't have anything. They got like 1 clam total. Starting to pick up some more spawn as they're hoping to build a power clam on their way while the rest of the Sanctum players start to spawn back in here. A pretty neutral first half to the game. Sirius with the best opportunity for either team to get some points on the board. They do pop the basket, and they got some claims to follow up with. And now Danish starting to get some splats to go with it. Can they get a double right here? No. Gets taken down by a very nice movement from the H3, but still damage done. 59 points scored, but now they're getting white. So we're going to see it flip the board really quick.
Did you say Danish?
Danush. I remember them from they changed their name like every high ink. I think Danish is now what they got.
Isn't it anyways. Sirius looking pretty strong after that push, even coming back in the mid and contesting it pretty well. this composition is so mobile, especially with the amount of paint that you can get from the K-Gal, from the end zap, and the walls to like make sure that you're constantly moving forward and holding your ground. Look at it here. But the missiles are going to put a stop to that. End up getting 2. The armor comes out on the side of Sirius just to try and stay alive and make sure they're not getting taken down by this bamboo. He's holding 9 clams. Important to not let them get all 10. Not let them get known where they are, but they're going to get picked off anyway. Super the great pick. Now there's a bomb rush out for Sanctum, but it's not doing a ton here. It ended up going down anyways. It seems like they're just not getting the picks that they need.
It's either that or they're not staying alive long enough to use specials. Look at that. No Booyah Bombs, only 2 Suction Bomb rushes. All they've been really having to work with is armor, and it's just not really working out into their favor as we're seeing all the splats, all the momentum going into the side of Sirius, looking to upset the #1 seed. They won't quite get the KO just yet, but another player getting traded there. But 45 seconds left to go. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Sanctum could get the lead off of one push on a map like this, but they need to start using some specials. And yet again, before they can fire them off, they lose yet another player.
And just like last set, we see the team that's getting picked off first is the one that's going to go down. Uber here, able to find one very quickly, able to find a nice pick. Now here comes the specials that we've been meaning to see. Here comes the Booyah. They do have 2 power clams. They're going to be able to move up onto the stack. It's going to be important, but there's a flank to the left side. Whammo takes it out perfectly, getting called out. There was only 2 left, and they can score this here. They've got 10 seconds left. It's going to go into overtime if they want to keep this open, or they need to just score all their clams now. But they need the clams, and they need them near the basket now. Should be able to find one, at least trade it out and make up a little bit of room. Here comes a bomb rush. Very important. It's overtime. There's only 1 player left, but able to find one is many. Trying to find the last 2. Able to get the pick, but not able to stay alive. And that could have been the clams that they needed. Okay. That.
Where was that? Where was that the other 4 minutes and 50 seconds? Everything in one push is just not enough. And you know what? You're kind of right. If they get that last splat right there, the 2 clams they needed, that would have tied it at least, but still, there were clams right there underneath the basket for them to work with. And look, they only did it with 1 Booyah Bomb and 3 Suction Bomb rushes, basically just a bunch of missiles and armor to work with. So, but even though that is just the 3rd time Sanctum has lost all day long, we've seen why they're a difficult team to beat. I mean, you had at no point couldn't you count them out even when they're down 100-7.
Yeah, that's so impressive to me. That the fact that they were able to at least pull it together there. I guess Sirius' strategy was to just knock them out before they could get pushes going, right? Get that first blood, start getting that momentum. And it worked for 4 minutes, and it almost didn't work. But then they started trading out at the end of that last push there. Once they got their footing, they were able to at least like trade out, make sure that they had people that were putting out enough paint that they couldn't get back through. And I don't know if it was Sanctum that didn't end up getting the picks that they needed, or if it was Sirius that played that strategically perfectly, because it looked like Sanctum had control of that basket area and that they were moving up to that right side. But if they didn't, or if they went down to that process, that's probably what ended up changing the tide of that game and what could have been the difference.
If Sanctum wants to get back and tie this one up, more specials are going to need to pop out. 1 Booyah Bomb is not going to get you a dub against any team, especially one as strong as Sirius here. Now, quickly, how is that not Danish?
It's Danish.
Danish? So it'd be like an A. Okay, so it's like a long A.
Yeah,
that we're going off with there. Okay, fine.
Like
I can roll with that.
Like the ethnicity?
No. Oh. I was thinking
like Danish.
I was thinking of. Anyways, my horrible ability to read aside. Game 2 of this best of 5. Tower control. Manta Maria. No real comp change coming out from the side of Sirius, and we do see the bamboo. No H3 this time around. Nothing really.
Oh, wow.
Nothing really different from the side, other than the H3 to Junior. No major differences from the side of Sanctum as well. Ninja Squid K-Gal.
Ninja Squid K-Gal. Interesting. Yeah, I don't see too many opportunities where it's going to be useful here, but I guess they probably know a little bit better than I do. Bendy able to try and go for a flank here as 2 go down on the side of Sanctum early on. And again, this is what we're talking about. We need to stop seeing them go down early. They need to start playing passive and play for their specials, but that's not what they're doing yet. And now they have a fantastic position on the side of Sirius to get this to at least through the first checkpoint. Maybe even through the second if they get lucky.
The second one's critical.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
if they lose this here early, that's going to be a huge mountain to climb past. And look, one player going down. An Inkjet from the back door, though, does clean off 2 players, and they do save the checkpoint.
Barely save it, but at what cost? Bandy is still up here in this base and is going to get jumps, and it's going to keep on the pressure. This Bamboo has been called out for sure, and the street area is just not looking like it's been sufficiently taken back yet. Here comes the Booyah Bomb that we needed to see, the second one this game already, putting out more Booyah Bombs than he did last game. The missiles coming out as well as the armor for Sanctum, and they're going to be able to push back Sirius, at least for the time being, but Soup here on a flank.
Starting to back off into mid now. The Bamboo forcing the Nautilus back, and they do get the pick. And they're now starting to, I believe, Medi starting to push up here into the enemy bunker. Popping in Inkjets is a good spot, but look, it seems like everyone's trying to take them down. That's a good trade, but off of that distraction, they don't hop onto the tower until just now. The rest of the players for Sirius forced to jump back, however, and there's a lot of pink ink down in mid as this first checkpoint's going to fall. Can they find a way to clear the second one? They seem to be in a good position, dude. That's a huge trade up top there, but somehow a bomb takes care of the rider on tower, and that stalls this push.
And you see the difference here in compositions. This Bamboo was posted up on the left side and was like, all right, unlike the Sirius push where people were going to get in here, I'm going to keep this area locked down. But because there wasn't another person to move up with the 2 front lines, they weren't able to get sufficient control of that street area, of that little like ledge ramp where that wall is right there. And they weren't able to secure it enough for the push. As Bamboo gets up here and tries to secure the bunker and is not going to do so. Now it's the K-Gal's turn to try and take on Danish. It's not looking too great. There's still enough of a push going on as the jumps come back in and the armor comes online, but it doesn't look like Sanctum has what it takes to keep this push going.
Well, they were a little late getting the push started. Now they get wiped, so they don't have a choice. But there was a situation there where they did have the man advantage and they were in kind of a good position, but just weren't interested in hopping on the tower and try to get something started. But now they get wiped. We see Booyah Bomb and Armor and Inkjet all getting popped literally at the same time. That bomb's going to push a player back, but it's one player. It's Bamboo going down on the side of Sanctum. Bandy doing a good job of getting a trade here. Can they clear this checkpoint? They do. And that is Soup being the last player left alive is going to stall this push a little bit, but still damage done. You want to clear that checkpoint. That is huge on this map.
Yeah, that's massive, and that's going to probably be what Sirius is going to play for the rest of this game. You know, a minute 30 left. If they can't get a push started here, then Sanctum is going to be in deep water as Sirius will be free to charge special and wait for them to fall into that final checkpoint. One going down on the side of Sanctum here, and it's going to be spelling doomsday for this team. This Bamboo not finding anywhere comfortable to sit, even though they have missiles charged and everything. Now they go down. 3 down on the side of Sanctum, and it's looking like it's going to be another push on the side of Sirius, and that is not what you want going into the last minute.
The aggression is all coming from the team that has the lead right now. They're not holding off the gas pedal, and it's like someone from Sanctum is waiting for one of their players to step up and make a hero play. But right now, it's Sirius that's forcing Sanctum into all of the mistakes here. 30 seconds, about 35 seconds left to go here. Bandy's working around, holding control of this left side as the tower kind of resets to mid. But yet again, we need to see some specials being built up, and we need to see some flats falling into their favor. But it's like, I don't know. I don't see a flank come in. I don't see somebody trying to initiate a fight. But we do see the Inzap player going down. Bandy forced to back up a little bit. Make that 2 players going down now. Medi working around that left side, flipping Inkjet, and it looks to be over. And now we see the K-Gal in control of the street. They just have to clear this checkpoint and hold on to it for a little bit longer. Everything suddenly, just like last game, working into the favor of Sanctum. And can they get the lead right here? They do! At the very end, Sanctum waiting till the final second to get all their pushes off. That time, it was just enough to get the lead.
Sanctum decided with 30 seconds left, when Bandy was the only one left alive. All right, paint up. You need to get Booyah so we can hold this like checkpoint.
Look at the
And they were all in bunker. We were all in bunker, and all of a sudden the end zap goes down and everything comes spiraling down because they weren't using that aggression to their advantage. And Sirius ends up completely giving them enough room for Sanctum to come in, get some picks, and secure that checkpoint. Wow! One strategic call decides that game.
What are these guys have last-ditch effort on? Like, what's going on here? Like, they only play the game when they have no choice but to play the game. Every other time, they're staying back. They're playing very passive, and they're just letting the flanks come in and work. But it's just not an. I cannot believe they won that game. I mean, with how passively they played the entire time. It must have just been some mistake here. There, I mean, you lose one player, you lose two player, like the whole game could flip on its head. But credit to Sanctum to stay into this one. I see the current poll.
I see the poll. I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Maybe, but I swear the last time they were in low ink, it was Danush or something crazy like that. But whatever. Regardless. Rainmaker, Muscle Forge Fitness. Again, it's not over. Ooh. If someone wins this one, it's not over. It's best of 5, not best of 3, but still. I think we're still going to see some aggression out of Sirius, but I would really love to see Sanctum. I mean, they were even using Ninja Squid. You know, like what was the point of that if you're just going to stay back?
I guess for plays like that, when they need it, they can utilize it. It's fascinating. It really is fascinating that Sanctum... Like, have they been doing this all day? Have we not been seeing this? Like, I'm so confused.
Game 3 coming here.
Thank you, Chad.
I wonder if we're still gonna see. I wonder if we're still gonna see Bamboo here. I'm not convinced the Bamboo's been working crazy well, and it is coming right back out. If anything, it can help keep Soup honest with the Nautilus on the opposite side, and there's the Ninja Squid K-Gal yet again. But if you're serious, no matter what you do, you need to get a KO here. You don't need to let this game go the full distance, because there's a different gear that Sanctum is finding in these overtimes.
Vanilla Splash-O-Matic. I really like it because I like Mist here, but if you're not going to get the pop, then it's kind of worthless. The Junior here is going to be the only one left standing, at least until they push it to about like 50 or 40. And there goes the Junior! This could be really bad for Sanctum! Sirius has a great push already going. How do you get up there? Hold on, wait, what?
Players spawned back in, the Bamboo getting a nice flat. And the Toxic Mist, you know, it was enough to force the Rainmaker to back up. It didn't shut down the push altogether, but it was enough to at least make them second guess where they wanted to go, and just that little delay, enough for everybody to come in. Now, finally, look at that. A Booyah Bomb getting fired, gets a pickle and Soup, gets taken down themselves, but there's the aggression Sanctum hasn't been using all set long. Starting to pay some spades for them right there if they can find a way to pick up this Rainmaker and go with it. They do have the man advantage, Inzap going down for Sirius. They do have the Rainmaker starting to work around that right side, and it looks like one player, the K-Gal's going to opt the flank left, but still, the Rainmaker gets taken down there. Magic, did you see what happened?
That Suction Bomb range is so deceptive sometimes that it ends up taking down the Rainmaker because of the Bomb Rush that came out. That's going to be really, really dangerous. Sorry, that's not a Bomb Rush. I think there were just 2 Suction Bombs being thrown at the same time, which is incredible coordination. Inkja doesn't get anything here as another one comes up on the side of Sirius, and now it looks like they're trying to pick up this aggression. The K-Gal goes down, unfortunately. Here comes the armor for Sanctum. The Rainmaker gets reset, but that's not going to do anything for the team that is Sirius. They ended up getting trapped here as Soup tries to run back, but gets trapped by the Booyah Bomb. And that's going to be a wipe for Sirius as they're able to push this through. How far can they go? It doesn't seem like they're far enough. They get the lead finally, and this current bomb is going to lead this Rainmaker to a big lead.
I like the patience right there. I was wondering initially, why aren't you just going slightly further just to at least get lead? They waited for the curling bomb to come out and just ran with it, and now Sirius in a situation here starting to clean up these players from Sanctum, but for the first time all set, Sanctum can breathe as they got a lead at the halfway mark here, and a pretty substantial one at that.
Now they just need to get control of mid. Now that Sanctum is taking a minute to breathe again, they need to take every step that they can forward as they get 4 specials online. Here comes the armor and the missiles combo together. This is going to be really bad. Look at the push forward from the Nautilus over the bridge. How do you just let them walk up there? Finally gets taken down. But that's going to be a big amount of paint on the side of Sanctum's base that is blue. Here comes the Inkjet to try and take down this Rainmaker.
Throwing the Toxic Mist first and forcing Rainmaker to back up. I think they were hoping to catch the Rainmaker in that mist and finish him off with the Inkjet. Instead, gets taken down there. But as all these fights and trades are working out here, it always goes into the favor of the team that's got the lead. And look who's being aggressive now. It's the team with the huge lead, Sanctum, trying to make something happen with this Rainmaker. Gets taken down from mid, but it ends up being a trade. So just a lot of nothing positive happening for Sirius right now, as it's all Sanctum almost this entire match.
And it's really important to push that Rainmaker as deep into the enemy base as possible to make sure that they can't move forward, they can't let it get snuck by them, right? And it's really good that they're keeping up the aggression here. I think Rainmaker is going to be their best mode for Sanctum here, as Soup finds a huge pick, make that 2, 3... Soup being absolutely nuts to try and make this game into Sirius's favor. Here comes the push, the Inkjet coming out from Soup. Can he put in more work? Let's see. The Toxic Mist and the bombs are going to end up chipping down enough for the Rainmaker to get taken down, but it's going to be an instant pop. They're going to push it just a little bit further. They can't get the lead quite yet because of the bombs, because of the patience from...
Oh, they don't see Soup right there. They don't realize Soup's the one who got this all started. Finally, the bamboo. I think they were just painting that one area. That could have been very dangerous. Soup with 14k able to get picked off there as we start to see the Rainmaker return to mid. And it's not... Man, I said Sanctum could breathe. That time is gone. But now look at them pushing right back, trying to get this KO right here. They don't want this to go to overtime. Being very patient and taking the fight into the Sirius side of the map. They don't add to their lead, and 2 players get taken down. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe you should have taken that to mid, let the clock bleed out. And that is a wipe. And you got Soup, who's feeling a little too confident right now.
Yes, but now they have a full Rainmaker timer, sure, but they have to take this Rainmaker all the way back from their base. It's going to give them enough time to get some specials online. Look at the armor, and the Booyah already is coming online for Sanctum. Booyah Bomb and 10 missiles come out and might trap Shooper here. The one goes down on the side of Sirius, and that Booyah Bomb comes out to try and trap a few people, but 2 players end up going down on the side of Sanctum. The bomb barely doesn't miss, and the Junior dives in to try and finish the kill, but not able to find it. They're going to be able to respawn at least a little bit, but there's not a lot of time here. The missiles come out. Shooper's trying to get pick, but Bandy ends up on top. Look at the play over on the pedestal. Finally, one player goes down, again dodging a bomb very closely. And the blue tries to get forward.
Bandy went in right there, and I thought Bandy was just going to clear it all out, but no, just too many specials, too many subs getting thrown at the right time. And despite a 20k effort by Soup, Sirius goes down, and Sanctum 1 win away from making a trip to Grand Finals.
And I commented earlier on the Vanilla Splash pick. That mist was so integral to those defenses from Sanctum. And I want to make that very clear. Mist is such an underrated sub ability, and I know there was a lot of discussion on Twitter about this the other week or whatever it was. Mist is so good, especially on Rainmaker. And, like, literally, watch that back. I have the stream going on another screen. It stopped the Rainmaker from pushing during that last moment.
Well, in several other instances as well, you saw them trying to combine that. You saw them making a conscious effort to use the Toxic Mist. They didn't pick that one just for Inkjet spam. They picked that weapon to combine the whole kit together. And ultimately, everything kind of working out. One thing I do want to point out from Sanctum, the difference in that game was the curling bomb that the bamboo had. You know, that gave them the lead that ultimately was enough for them to get the win right there. So, yeah, the comp picks here being used by both teams, using the entire kits just to scrape out these kinds of wins. But now Splat Zone's at Piranha Pit. That bamboo's this is probably gonna be the best situation for the bamboo. to get something done here.
Oh yeah. And again, we're gonna see that curling bomb come into play, I'm sure. Like just launching it off the the ramps to get a bunch of paint on zone to get maybe even a couple of picks because of that cooked curling bomb radius. Deceptive. It's like a suction bomb, but even larger. It's crazy. But the paint from both compositions is going to be really, really heavy. But since Sanctum is going to have that range with the bamboo, I think that they're going to have the edge here. That's just my gut feeling.
If Sanctum wins this one, they are moving on to grand finals. Sirius will be sent down to the third place match. This is not double elimination. You lose, you're done, sweetheart. Soup looking to pop off yet again with that Nautilus, doing very good in that last game. Starting to really heat up as well. But yeah, there comes the bamboo. No real surprises from either team still. The Ninja Squid K-Gal, still the bamboo, and one player immediately going down on the side of Sirius. As we see Swambo taking down Soup as well. That's going to be key. If that bamboo can keep the Nautilus at bay, Sanctum wins this one.
And I think that it's really important that it's on this map too, right? If the bamboo doesn't get rushed down like it did right there, that bamboo is going to win on even ground like 99% of the time against the Nautilus, right? Just from, like, if they're looking at each other and they see each other, the bamboo is going to win 100% of the time. So it's going to be dicey. Here come the specials online for Sanctum to try and get back into this map. Trying to find at least enough on the zone, but it gets capped right back by that Booyah Bomb. Here comes Super, able to at least pick off one. There's two down on the side of Sirius, and this is looking like it's going to go in Sanctum's favor, but Soup might have something to say. Okay,
I think this is the first time where the K-Gals on both sides have actually used their special in the first minute. It's been a severe lack of Booyah Bombs from both K-Gals, so we're going to see some more special spam coming out here trying to hold the zone as the lead should go into the favor of Sanctum right here. Wambu forced to kind of back off there with the Inkjet being flung in their direction, as we do see more members of Sirius controlling their side of the zone. They get the opposite one and put some penalty points on Sanctum. A lot of specials coming out, but a lot of picks coming into the side of Sirius. Sav doing a good job of staying alive here and putting down paint across both zones. And man, it's so hard. It is so hard to just turn a zone into your favor on this map unless you just get some splats. And despite all that paint Sav put down, it wasn't enough to get the splats for the rest of the teammates. And now Sanctum's doing some serious damage on the scoreboard.
These compositions have about the same paint, right? So it's going to depend on who is going to be in charge of the zones and who's in charge of the pacing. And right now, Sanctum is clearly in charge of the pacing. A great pick on Sav from the Inkjet. Super Sharking trying to find a nice quick pick, but is not going to do so. It's 3v3 as this is going down to the wire. They need to get some paint on the zone. It looks like they're able to neutralize at least one for now, but it's not going to do a lot in the long run as they can't get the consistent picks. The paint coming down once again, and the bamboo is able to find at least a little bit of chip damage to help. The zone needs to get painted by this K-Gal and this bamboo, but it's not going to do so. Instead, Super's going to go for picks, and is going to find two, and the bamboo paints it, and that's going to be Sanctum taking it home when Sirius looked so good at the beginning of this set.
What a nice play there by the K-Gal, just going up, getting that double that ended this game and ended this run for Sirius. But Sanctum, I mean, they were done. I mean, they were down 2-0.
Yeah.
They were basically down 2-0. How'd they come back in that game and then recapture momentum and never lose it from that point? I think we see now why Sanctum has not lost the set all day long and has only lost 3 games the entire tournament. Hats off to Sirius, though. A good effort there, a good fight. They prove they're right with Sanctum right there. But at the end of the day, Sanctum has something to prove. They felt like they should have won back in March if the tournament lasted a little bit longer, and they want to win this tournament and put all the doubters away. And we're just going to take a quick peek here. Pursuit and Xylo going on. Is that set? That set's over. Xylo 3-0'd Pursuit. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to give you guys the grand finals you've all been waiting for. Sanctum taking on Xylo next here on IHOP 2. Hello, friends, and welcome back to High Ink 2. I am Popgun, joined at the microphone with the Magic 8 Ball, and we got a grand final set for you here. Sanctum taking on the February champion Xylo, back from the dead, who has all changed their names, I guess because I mispronounced them last time they were on stream. But this is a rematch for the final round of Swiss, where Xylo lost to Sanctum 2-1. In fact, that is the only team to beat Xylo all day long. These are clearly the best two teams we have here.
And it's going to be a very tight set. I mean, we've seen Sanctum come from the grips of death to come back and win that Sirius set. And Xylo, we saw earlier, be absolutely stellar. So we see one team that's used to coming back from hopeless circumstances, and we see one team that is very good at giving hopeless circumstances. So I am very hyped to see who's going to come out on top.
Tower control main stage going to be the first one here. We saw a lot of aggression from Xylo last time they were on stream, especially Dino, not Dino, coming out with the Charger, being very aggressive with the Fire Fin. We saw a lot of H3, saw a lot of Nautilus coming out from the side of Xylo. I guess we're still going to see the Bamboo. We saw Wamboo use the Bamboo pretty much all set long last time. That did a pretty good job utilizing the entire kit into their favor there. Obviously, the K-Gal that Schuper was busting out here. But these two teams, they played, like we said, they played earlier in the Swiss stage, which was just for seeding. We don't know if those teams show their full cards to each other, if we're going to see how familiar they are with each other. I guess is something we're going to find out pretty quickly.
It's also going to depend on the maps, right? Maps are everything, and this is no counter picks. This is a set map list, and these maps are pretty evenly staged, but it's going to depend on the experience of each team to see if they're going to make the right decisions as we go into grand finals. I'm excited. We see double K-Shot. We see a K-Gal and an H3 on the side of Sanctum. This is going to be crazy.
A lot of losing both of their midline weapons they've been using out there. The H3, the Nautilus, instead going with Inzap, and I believe Octoshot is what Blue is on right there. Neo sticking with the K-Shot there. Blue going down as a trade with the Splash player. As we do see it, actually, there's an H3 on the side of Sanctum. Oh, they did use that in the Clan game. But early lead going into Sanctum's favor here. They don't really have the man advantage to keep it going.
No, that's going to be too down for Sanctum, and Xylo is already way up in this base. Wamboo trying to find something over here, trying to find something on the flank there to wait it out at least a little bit. Xylo did end up giving up the snipe area, which is going to be key for defensive hold, but it doesn't seem like they're even going to go for it. There's an H3 up there right now trying to contest tower, even though there's jumps to it. Oh, they move up a little bit too far, and that sniper's going to take them down instantly. That's going to be at least the second checkpoint for Xylo.
Dino knew where that player was, just kind of baited them back, drawing them in, clearing that checkpoint. Can they find a way to clear the second one, though? It's a 3v3 situation. A lot of Xylo players controlling the street, but a lot of Sanctum players controlling the bats area up top there, raining down a lot of pressure onto this tower. As we do see one player from Sanctum going down action, trying to stay alive. Look at two players just waiting it out. And there comes the Stingray support from Dino back in mid. And it's going to be difficult for Sanctum to hold on to this checkpoint, but it doesn't look like anyone from Xylo, aside from action, was interested on riding that tower. What in
the world is going on?
Oh, is that a little bit of a pimp job right there?
That's a DC on the side of Sanctum.
Okay.
It's happening again, Popgun. Why?
Oh, okay, so all the other three players are still in the lobby, though. So we're not seeing anything else. That isn't that cute.
No, they're the H3
nice
players. That's
situation
adorable.
right there. You know, I honestly just thought Dino splatted someone. It was just kind of, or Dino splatted someone and just kind of stared him down. That was my first instinct. But no, that was just, well, there it is, rearing its ugly head yet again. Another DC issue, and they did stop. I'm assuming we are going to replay that.
I'm assuming the team is going to gentleman it, even if the ruling isn't because that's what it looks like.
I mean, gentlemen, that's a heck of a. I mean, obviously that wasn't intentional, but that's a heck of a break there for Sanctum, because it looked like Xylo was surely going to clear that second checkpoint.
Right. Exactly. It's good. It's probably tough if you're on the side of Xylo. You're thinking like, like we should have won that. Of course it's gonna DC here, but it's.
I see people in chat claiming that was Come on, that was not. That clearly wasn't. There's players not even back in the lobby. There's clearly some technical issues going on here. So let's not assume things about other teams.
Let's not assume the worst.
Yeah, let's just wait for this player to get back in here, and we'll ready up. Same weapons coming out from both sides, but yeah, the other player's not back in. There's clearly some sort of issue going on here as we welcome in the Raiders from the Deep Sea Solutions Minnow Cup. I was keeping an eye on that. I'm assuming Persistence won because it was up 2-0, and I was just there like a few seconds ago, so I'm assuming they got the sweep. So congratulations to them and all of our friends over at Deep Sea Solutions for running a good tournament and sharing commentators today. We kind of rotated. Right? Just took turns rotating commentators throughout the course of the day, but and obviously my wife being one of the TOs for that event. But welcome in. You're in grand finals, and if you pay attention to anything that happens low ink related with Magic and Pop Gun on the microphone, you can already assume that shenanigans are happening as we speak.
People have called me the bringer of chaos. And I can confirm that every time I am on a low ink or high ink stream, something crazy happens. So, I'm sorry.
I forgot about you last year. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I played in that one. I remember that.
I'm sorry. But they like me on the microphone. I guess it's like a masochist kind of thing. Stockholm syndrome. Is that what it's called?
Could be. Anyways, while you guys are done being idiots in chat, the player has finally joined back in, and we're going to get back into the actual action here. And let's keep things positive, guys. We're here to have fun. We're having a good tournament run here.
Grand old time in grands.
Back in game 1, 0-0. This time for real. No comp changes from either side.
I'm assuming that's, again, just standard, but let's see if Sanctum can at least change up their opening here. They've, again, went down a little bit too early, and this was the problem that we saw during the Sirius set, at least during those first couple of games, right? They ended up going down early on, and because of that, they end up getting steamrolled pretty quickly, and Xylo's about to do it again as Huber goes down. End up getting another trade here as Medi goes down as well, and this is not looking good.
Well, kind of continuing where we left off, but now we see Sanctum players starting to spawn back in, starting to get some picks. 2 players going down on the side of Xylo and make that 3 here. But Dino has not jumped out, is probably still in somewhere trying to take on all 4 players at once.
And is going to be finding those key positions, right? I mean, that's what we saw from them during the last set that we saw them on, and it's going to be the same thing here. But, of course, if you have that Stingray that you're going to be using, that's also pretty useful. The armor comes out here, so nobody's going to die to it. In fact, Xylo ends up going 1 down instead. Here comes trying to find the pick here. That's 3 down, and it's only Dino left on this to try and defend this tower. He knows that one's coming across the grates and tries to pick off the bamboo. Blue's able to at least follow it up at least a little bit. And now this tower is going to be stopped, at least for the time being, as Blue is going to be able to find a good position here. They do have control of the snipe, but Popgun, I don't know what Xylo is going to be able to do here.
They didn't seem interested in saving that checkpoint at all. Blue was kind of stuck in an awkward spot in that corner there and just gave up that checkpoint seemingly for free. But now, Wamboo, not going to back out, takes the fight with Blue, gets the win. Are they going to take another 1v1 here? Finally gets taken down by Action. But damage done. Clearing that second checkpoint is everything on this map, and doing it in the first 2 minutes is big for Sanctum.
maybe Xylo decided to play the long game, right? They said, all right, if we can't defend this, we're just gonna try and knock out in the future, right? That's kind of their mentality by making that play call. I mean, that's exactly what it seemed like they wanted to do, because it looked like that's what they were gonna do earlier, right? They have to have that level of confidence. Here comes action all the way on the right side here, as this H3 is gonna find a beautiful pick on the tower onto Dino. That's one of their main pushing potential, one of their main fraggers, and now it ends up going down as well. Oh, that again, that happened, but that H3 just sharking on that snipe area, and it seems like Xylo is just not focusing on getting there quickly during these tower pushes.
That direct sound from the H3, mwah, chef kiss. It sounds so good, especially when you land it on the tower rider and instantly shutting down the push. The map control back into the favor of Sanctum, but it's not going to stay that way for long. 2 players going down, but you see them not opting to kind of retreat or anything. They're slowly backing their way in. Now the missiles are finally going to force them back. The Inkjet coming around the pillow side. Can this H3 survive against this Inkjet? No, but ultimately gets the trade, though. That trade going to work into Sanctum's favor, even though a lot of this map is starting to turn purple into Xylo's favor.
And they do have the Ray and the missiles here at the ready. Specials are going to be a big determinant on whether this push gets off the ground. Here come the missiles to come in, but Schuber's trying to find a good position here. Trying to get something on this right side going. The bomb rush comes... Bomb's coming out as well, not a bomb rush. And it seems like they're in stalemate right now. Yeah, Schuber can't find anything.
Dino going down as well as his Rio Bomb taking back control of mid, using that Ninja Squid to get a splat on one player and forcing their way back into this a double team on the left side as well. Man advantage back into the favor of Sanctum as they're just bleeding the clock out right now.
It is, and they're not even pushing tower here. I guess because they don't really see the need to, but Blue's going to be able to take that passive position that they took and end up getting 2 down because of it. Here comes Xylo. They do have a lot of aggression, and they're not afraid to use it. They have the specials at the ready. Here comes the armors coming online soon too to team up with this Inkjet. This could be very dicey if you're on the side of Sanctum as one goes down. And now No is trying to follow up all the way down to that right side area to try and get onto the snipe area. He's going to get taken down by Wambu. Wambu goes down as well. Meddy's going to be able to shark this tower and going to stop this push, at least for the time being. There's 30 seconds left in Pop Gun. They need to start pushing this tower.
Are they going to save that first checkpoint right there? Basically off of Meddy's play? They might, at least for a little bit here, as we only got 15 seconds left to go. But that play, it was basically a 2v4 situation, and they were able to stall the tower. Now with armor to work with and some other specials being built along the side, can Sanctum hold on to this one? Xylo starting to push up, 2 players going down. Dino still alive, but nowhere near tower is any of the 2 players from Xylo. And Sanctum able to get a huge lead early and bleed out the clock to take game 1.
I just watched Dino hold a Ray for probably a minute and 30 seconds. I did not see that Ray come out during any of those offensive pushes when it could have easily cleared Snipe. 1 Ray, if you're playing Charger and you get 1 Ray, that's just not what you need to be putting out there. That's... I don't like those plays from Dino. A great Charger player in his own right, sure, but those Stingrays could have really made a difference.
Well, they did a good job of neutralizing Dino, and that's kind of the key. When you have that Charger be as comfortable as Dino's been all tournament long, you're not going to beat that. Yeah, I was kind of talking about this with my team yesterday, how we don't see a lot of Charger players left. In my opinion, if you want to be a good Charger player, at this stage, with the meta that we're in right now, at the stage that we're in, you have to hit 90% of your shots consistently to be good, and Dino's doing that. But at least that game, as opposed to the reset before, they did a much better job of at least not taking Dino out of the game, but at least neutralizing it and forcing the other players from Xylo to kind of step up.
And step up they did not. Blue is a great player in their own right, but I just didn't see that aggression that we saw from them in those humpback games that we saw. You know, the set we saw earlier. Rainmaker on Black Belly, though, was going to be a different story. We do see the Nautilus come out to try and at least contest that bamboo that these crazy sides, and we do see a distinct change. Dino's on the C-Jet.
Well, you're going to see a lot more Stingrays coming out this time around, especially with the build they got right there. And rightfully so on this map, as we see the K-Shot just kind of sharking, popping missiles and staying back. And all these Sanctum players just kind of fine with surrendering mid, at least for this opening portion. Just kind of building up some specials, being very passive, just kind of waiting. Both teams trying to fill each other out. We're not going for anything crazy here. One player going down from the side of Xylo. Missiles coming out now as well as Sanctum senses an opportunity to push up.
And push up they do. Medi following up these missiles beautifully, trying to find this pick on the inside. Not going to be able to do so. Barely clutches it out. And this T-Tech is going to be the only one left alive, at least for the time being. This Ray coming out doing a wonderful job. And that's why we love Stingray. Many going to try and flank here, charging around in the ink. They're going to, the members of Xylo are going to try and clear him out, and the missile's going to find him.
1 minute already gone by, no real fireworks yet. A very passive, obviously, from both teams here. If Xylo could get a man advantage, we'll see what they start to do, but 2 players going down from the side of Sanctum. Dino in a good position to help pop this Rainmaker, and should have a Ray online to assist with the push. But it looks like it's going to pop in blue of Sanctum's favor there. I guess some of the players jump back in and they use the double bomb from the Junior. And now all the aggression back on the side of Sanctum as they grab the Rainmaker and look at a second attempt to put some legit points on the board.
And that's the difference between the custom Jet Squelcher and the Cyphers, that you don't have the aggression to stop a push like this from really happening, even though you have this Ray. If somebody's chasing you down, it's not going to be that effective. 37 off of that push is going to be really hard to go against. Like, you have to get all the way up into that higher platform area, and that's just something that's not easily accessible. Although when you get some picks like this, maybe it will be. Blue trying to find this random Sharker over on the left side here is able to do so. This jump is going to get not camped. Gets taken down. That's 3 down on the side of Sanctum, and this could go in the side of Xylo. Let's see this yellow ink come out. This Ranger Shot could be putting on work. This K-Gal able to finally go down. And although this push is going to be stopped, at least for the time being, some great stuff coming out from Xylo. We're finally seeing a little bit of life.
I think Dino actually got a splat with that Inkjet, or that Stingray as well, but the Rainmaker had no real route to go right there, trying to force that right side, and just nothing was going to give, even though they had the man advantage. But now a 2v2 situation, Sanctum in control of mid and the Rainmaker, so it looks like they're going to pop it and let it reset here, as we got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in this game. And yeah, just another kind of stalled out situation right here. 37 remaining isn't a score you're going to feel comfortable with on this map at all, especially when you don't have a Stingray special that you can use for defense. So yeah, if Sanctum wants to keep this lead and keep this win, they're going to have to keep the aggression up and keep the Rainmaker on the Xylo side of the map. And they got a situation to do just that right now.
Although they're not super confident, we see the Wambu over on this left side here instead of going over to this right side and putting on a little bit more aggression. Instead, just kind of hanging back, letting Blue push them out of the way. And now this Bamboo's in mid, trying to isolate this Nautilus. And 2 players are sharking on this right side. No going to try and pop out, but is going to end up going down. It's able to trade 1, but that's a really important position for the blue side to take. Look at how they're just crowding this Rainmaker and not letting anyone get close. Here comes the specials online for Xylo, but is it going to be enough? The armor just comes out from on the side of Xylo as well, and now they're going to crowd around Medi, trying to find something. Inkjet is going to go back to their spawn, but it's going to be able to at least net 1 kill, at least 1, and there's something for Xylo here.
Yeah, I don't like how Sanctum is turtling up right here. Xylo is built to break a turtle shell, and you see them with an opportunity to do that. Dino with the Rainmaker. Blue starting to pop off 11 KA, still alive back there, keeping the fight away from the Rainmakers. The rest of the players starting to jump in, but a double gets taken down from the K-Gal, taking down the Rainmaker and the jump, and now just 1 player left alive for Xylo, as Sanctum, maybe it's going to work out here. They're opting basically to just try to bleed 1 minute and 30 seconds off the clock without putting any pressure on Xylo at all. And now Xylo's in a situation, that's a nice trade, actually, because taking Blue out is very critical for Sanctum. But 10 seconds left to go here. Sanctum might just hold on for 2 straight minutes and keep Xylo away.
Oh, and a beautiful double from Maddie to finish this off. If they can just keep up the aggression, keep up the pressure, keep trading out Xylo, then there's going to be no firepower left in the tank. And that's going to be 2 games going to Sanctum in this best of 5 grand final set. This is win or go home for Xylo.
Some could say their backs are up against the wall. But still, I mean, I can't argue with the results, but I can still, I wouldn't be comfortable without a Stingray to work off of, with the comp that you have versus Xylo's, and the playstyle Xylo has, to just not pick up the Rainmaker, not try to force anything against, not to force Xylo to like make mistakes by putting pressure on them. Instead, just said for 2 minutes, we're just going to turtle up, we're going to endure, and it worked. And they got the win here. And now, once again, 1 win away from winning this tournament. And look what map is rearing its ugly head. Splat zones at Mako Mart.
I mean, it's in every map list nowadays, right? I mean, it is the go-to gamer. Like, everyone loves this map. Everyone loves it. It's very hard to play, though. And I think it's going to work into the strengths of Xylo, personally, just based on what I've been seeing, and I think that they're more ready to play on something like a Splat Zones instead. So they need to at least focus on this game. They need to just bunker down and say, all right, how are we going to win this? And they're going to pull out the Squeezer.
Blue busting out the foil Squeezer with the bubbles and a lot of Object Shredder coming out. Object Shredder from Neo as well on the K-Shot. So they're going to be working around those bubbles and trying to deal with the armor that is immediately being popped by Sanctum. Wamboo been very effective for the team with the Bamboo off on this left side as they do take down Blue on the Squeezer. Make that the junior player as well.
And now Dino's getting pushed out of position here too. Going to be in a little bit of dicey situation since this left stack is not all that safe right now. Blue able to at least come in and protect DLK, but not really! Going to get taken down by Super, and this is looking like Sanctum's game already! They're pushing up on this right side, and they've got the Booyah Bomb ready. Super gonna shark this again, and they just can't do it! Super right now! The Booyah Bomb's gonna come up and save them, constantly putting on pressure, gonna shove them over onto this left side, and look at Xylo, they're all backed up way into their base. They need to get specials right now, or they're not gonna be able to do anything. They've got 2, they've got 3, they've got the missiles, they've got the armor. Here come the bubbles online as well. Let's see if they can at least get back towards the zone. But the missiles are online for Sanctum. They don't cap with these bubbles, and Blue's gonna get taken down. Barely capping with the bomb rush. And Sanctum not going to knock it out quite yet.
You know, at that point, you're not looking to just kind of get lead or anything. But now, they are able to kind of stall the zone out and get some actual points. I thought that was just an all-out play. Just flip it to give them penalty points. But now they're in a situation where they can create a lockout. The Splash-O-Matic player getting taken down. Super trying to shot around this left side, but they know. Are they going to play this out? They used a replay. It happened again! Mako Mart for Sanctum, and they have to play this one. They already used their DC replay earlier, so this is going to count. The players recognize that, and they're still fighting, and that is a wipe, and you gotta be kidding me. What is with this map? What is with Mako Mart? Every single time!
It's gotta be the frames, right? Because there are frame drops that happen on this map, right? When too many things happen, too much stuff comes out, right? Maybe that has something to do with it? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Xylo just took game 3 off of a technicality. This is going to be a crazy set.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, that counts. That one counts because they used the replay earlier in the set on game 1. So yeah, and that was the same player that DC'd, right? The Splash? Yeah, it was Medi. So there you go. And wow, okay, so that's an issue. That is a serious issue because now at any point in this game, for the next 1 or 2 more sets going forward, if you get a lead, you got to be thinking, okay, if we don't get the KO right here, our player could DC and there's nothing we can do about it. And Sanctum only has 4 players on their roster. Yeah. I don't think they have a sub, so it's not like they can just sit that player out. I'm gonna check their Battlefy roster real quick just to make sure.
Either way, all right, he's back. I guess that they're just gonna stick with it.
Well, I mean, they have no choice. They have to
Yeah.
ride this out. But that's twice now in the past 3 games they've DC'd. So that's going to be in the back of their mind for the rest of this set. And that's... If you're Xylo, hey, that might be the momentum break you need. You know, a win's a win. Showing up is half the battle. And maybe that could be the momentum shift they need to get back into this one, because they desperately needed... You saw how that game was going. Sanctum was doing whatever they wanted, basically. But Xylo needs to take that momentum and run with it.
Xylo really desperately needs this, and you hate to see it. You don't want to see this be the defining factor of the set, right? I don't want to see a team hindered by DCs. I don't want to see a team hindered by Nintendo's lovely netcode. But if Xylo can at least show that they're the better team, then I will be happy.
One player going down from the side of Xylo as Sanctum starting to push up here. Getting a lot of specials and a lot of clams online as they force all the Xylo players back, but they turtle up very well and get some nice flats. Make that 2, and now the script has been completely flipped. Xylo in the aggression right now.
Xylo is definitely in the driver's seat, which is again a very stark change from what we've been seeing. Maybe trying to find a way to shark up, maybe use this inkjet to find something. Not gonna find anything on the junior quite yet. Still gonna keep chasing and chasing, but it's very dicey. The ink armor comes out from one side, and one in the wings for Sanctum. But it doesn't look like they're ready to halt this push. This missile's coming out as well, and Super finally finds someone out of just sheer determination and will, and is just completely preventing Dino from meeting back up with his team. And now it's going to be the junior taking down the side of Xylo, and that's going to be one more, and Super just disrupts the push barely enough to make sure that Xylo does not get to that basket.
Both teams are playing very chaotic right now. Once again, that looked like a situation where Sanctum was going to go in and score, and then Xylo just kind of clinks it all up there. And maybe we can take this opportunity to breathe for the first time in this game and just kind of establish where we are right now. One more player going down. I believe that's Blue on the Octo shot. Opting not to go with the Nautilus or either the Squeezer on this map, trying to get some more... that's a very clean pick there by Dino. But again, all these picks haven't really resulted in anything in the first 2 minutes. The board keeps flipping back and forth. Maybe Xylo can get something going here. Now they got the man advantage and the clams, and they take down Medi yet again. The junior player being the last player left alive back in the useless area. Neo opting to take that fight as Super's going to clean up and go in for a pincer situation. Yeah, just a lot of back and forth, but nothing really giving at this point.
Why didn't they go in there? It seemed like they had full control of that area, but ended up not going in. I guess because they saw the respawn timers were going to be up soon? But still, now there's 2 down, make that 3 down. They're trying to get enough clams in to at least make this push worthwhile, but they're going to end up getting wiped because of it. I don't understand why they didn't take that initial push. The junior had 9 clams and Neo had 5. Why didn't they just pass them? Xylo's play, it seems like they're just playing super scatterbrained right now.
It seems like both teams are kind of doing that, honestly. But this is great. We're seeing a lot of high octane action going on here. Medi able to get a splat on Neo, working around this left side, trying to take down the junior. Does action going down, but look, 2 more players from Sanctum's side gets taken out as well. So all those splats Medi gives just kind of neutralizes everything. But right now, you don't want to feel comfortable. This is another map where the action can flip very quickly. A very snowball-heavy map. And of course, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, if we need to win this before any kind of potential DC were to happen.
Exactly. That has to be on the players' minds, you know. And if it's not, then I guess that's great mentality. But as 3 go down here, you have to be, if you're safe, you have to be thinking, not this, please. We were so close. Don't take this away from us. And Xylo's just gonna stand there and take it. Look at all these missiles coming in. Eventually, Neo's gonna go down, but that's a lot of damage. And Super ends up getting taken down as well. And all of a sudden, Sanctum and their defense is not holding together. Here comes in with more clans from action. And that's gonna be all the way down to a 26 push and a lot of distraction time. And this could continue to be a push for Sanctum, please, just shut them down. Just get the kills. Okay.
Oh, they got a wipe out of that. And now, this is a map, like we said, a snowballing. Look at Wambu just going in. 2 curling bombs instantly on the enemy side of the map. They do pop the basket. If they get some more splats here, they can do some serious damage to get lead. 1 player going down. Medi popping this inkjet. Another power clam gets thrown in. That might end the push, though. The Junior being the last player left alive doesn't have clams, and they do clean it up. That is Xylo, but 20 seconds remaining here. There's still a path for Sanctum to get back into this one, but Xylo getting control mid. They're starting to soak up all those clams that are spawning there. You see them starting to take some fights. Blue get taken down, but takes Wambu down with them as 3 players for Sanctum go down. Surely this is the end of the game right here. And it is. We are going to a game 5. Somehow, we found a way to get a game 5.
I cannot believe that Xylo is scraping by. So they actually did they knew the strat, right? Where they knew that they could get as many claims in as they wanted, but the Sanctum could not get the lead there based on the amount of claims that they had, and so they went on that right side of that big defensive pillar on their side of the map, right? And they cut them off and pincered them from that way, and they played it perfectly. They got the push where they knew that they could do that. So they know the clam spawns. They have the knowledge to win this set. They are a good team. They're a great team. They can do this. They just have to prove it.
Oh, I really like. I think this map mode favors Xylo. I think this is their map to lose right here. Tower control at Sturgeon Shipyard. If you can just set Dino up top there, and you can combine, if they use Nautilus here, or bring back that H3, I mean, they haven't seemed super eager to use either one of those, at least not in conjunction with each other like they were against Geek Squids. But, man, on a decisive Game 5, I feel like this one's built for Xylo to win.
It is built for them to win, but if you're Sanctum, you have to be scrambling. Right, you have to just really, really understand that you're scrambling, so that you can pick up your mental, that you can just say, all right, let's do what we were doing before. Because they did win a tower control game, right? Like, they won TC Starfish. So they just have to repeat what they did there. It's going to be very tight, but Sanctum needs to pick up their mentality, because it seems like they're just so nervous.
Game 5, everything on the line. If Xylo DCs, we replay. If we get a DC from Sanctum, it's all over at this point. No real surprises coming out from either team. They're opting to stick with that frontline comp. Xylo is with the double splatter shot in Junior. I guess they feel like this speed gives them a little bit more advantage over the midline weapons they've been using here. Neo popping off missiles immediately, trying to locate some players. But the rest of the Xylo players aren't really pushing up just yet. Going to be a lot of nerves in this Game 5.
Going to be a lot of nerves. Both of these teams really want this. But if they're going to be trading out like this, you can't be positioning like that, especially when Neo's there. Schubert ends up getting traded out as well, and this is going to be Xylo taking the reins in this set. They could finally do this. They could bring this back from the jaws of defeat.
Dino opting to hop onto the tower there as Medi able to clean up, taking care of 3 players, can't get the quad, but still shuts down the push and saves the checkpoint. More importantly, as Blue ultimately gets taken down, and now Sanctum's in an opportunity to where they can start throwing a punch of their own.
Back and forth, we see it once again as this shark is going to lead them, wondering, trying to find Schuper, this menace that has been this K-Gal. The ray does come out from the side of Xylo, but here comes Schuper trying to find it, eventually deciding it's not worth it. And the Sanctum is going to get the lead here. It's not going to be a big one, but it is going to be A1. As 3 end up going down the side of Sanctum, and Xylo holds it together, and Schuper is sharking, trying to find this charger.
Yeah, if I'm Xylo, I don't really care that I gave up lead right there. I still hold on to the checkpoint, and that's all that really matters at this point. We still got 3 minutes to go there. Another player getting taken down as there is a bit of a battle in mid. Medi, who's just been playing extremely good all set long, trying to get some splats here, working around, fighting with Blue underneath in the Fight Club. A 1v1 in the Fight Club. No! Takes down 2 players. It's supposed to be 1v1 in the Fight Club only. You're breaking the rules. but still, 2 players go down from Xylo. Sanctum starting to push up, and Dino gets taken down. That's huge for Sanctum.
Didn't get the full charge onto Super, and that's going to be massive. That Stingray is going to get, like, so it seems like they have some special saver on, so it's going to be charged quickly, but they still don't have the lead, and they still need to get rid of all the enemies in their base. Here comes Super. They do have the Ray online, the armor as well. They're going to be able to at least figure out how to get them off of this tower, at least for the time being, but they're not going to be able to move in because of this bomb rush. The missiles come alive as well as the NZF goes down to the side of Sanctum, but Medi's in this base. Medi's trying to find one. Medi's trying to do their thing. Not able to do so. Whammy on the tower. Not going to be able to do it. They did clear the checkpoint, and that's really, really big, but if they can't find Wamboo here, then Sanctum is going to be able to come back in.
Wamboo playing very passively. Does have some missiles online, but 2 players immediately going down from Sanctum as Xylo's just going in. Look at Blue with this inkjet, trying to body block for the tower so that they can get past this first checkpoint and tie up this game, if not get the lead. Neo opting to come back. Here come the missiles finally from Wamboo, who stays alive, but Neo responds in kind with missiles of their own. There goes the checkpoint. Can they find a way to get a lead here as 2 more players going down? Wamboo still staying alive. That is the lead, but Wamboo's being the last player left alive. Can Xylo make something happen right here? Neo able to take care of the bamboo. They're approaching this second checkpoint yet again, but who else would shut down the push but Medi and Dino? I believe that's the first time we've seen them jump out, but a critical time. Huge lead here. Actually, just a 4th of the checkpoint lead, but still a lot of time left on the clock.
Let's see Medi switch targets during that fight. That was insane reaction. Just as soon as Neo came towards them, instantly just snapped onto it. That was insane. Dino ends up going down here. That's their stinger. That's their crutch. They're not going to be able to have it. The missiles come out. Super's already up on this right side, and he's going to be putting in so much work with his wheel bomb, keeping people away from this tower. 2 end up going down to the side of Xylo. 2 end up going down, and the missiles are coming out, and Super's trying to follow them up. The armor is going to save them from that bomb, and this lead is going to go on to the side of Sanctum. The Ray gets taken down because Super is all the way up at the base. 2 get taken down to the side of Xylo. They're going to be able to find one on the tower, but that's a full wipe! That's a wipe! Oh, good! They're gonna do it!
Your tournament! Sanctum, you can no longer identify them as the incident team. When you speak their name, you will say they are the High Ink champions over Xylo. Super went in and stole this one.
Oh my god. That was so clutch. That was so clutch. You could say anything that you want about the scoreboard. Super was the MVP in that game. Super was the MVP of this set. Oh.
What a dramatic end to this tournament. And Sanctum exercising the demons, overcoming it. How, what's more miraculous? The fact that they were able to come back and get that win in the fashion that they did, or that they didn't have anything else, any other jank happen throughout the course of that set. The fact that they were able to stay all the way in, and I mean this, we've known them as the incident team for good reason. It was hilarious, and we're still gonna bring it up for sure. But now this puts into perspective how good they were back in March and how much they've grown since then to get to this point to where they beat them all the champions and all the at-large teams that we could bring in, and a very strong Xylo team. Man, you know what's frustrating about Xylo? They are really damn good at this game. And if they were still a team right now, how good would they be? Where would they be if they, and of course, things happen for, and there's always reasons why teams disband, but seeing them back what they did accomplish today, it's just like, man, if we saw more of Xylo in the future, these guys could be really good. But hats off to Sanctum, exercising the demons and winning High Ink too.
Just an incredible showing. Incredible showing from both teams. Obviously, the cream of the crop, and the teams that got brought back, just hands down. All of these players could go far in Splatoon. All of them.
Well, I mean, you see all of these teams where they were in low ink this year, and you saw a showcase today of how much they've improved at this game since then. And man, what Oh yeah, now we're getting an update. Sirius won the 3rd place match. So yeah, I mean just great play all around. Congratulations to all 16 teams that played in this tournament. Good to see them in. There's a couple things we want to point out. First off, Magic, since you're here, obviously we should have you talk about Squid boards, and then we'll kind of give some shout outs to some people who put this whole event together.
So Squid boards is next week. We have finally released the map list for the event. And if you are so curious, please do go check it out. Please harass me if you think that the maps are not up to snuff. I will not answer DMs, but come join the Squidboards Discord server, and we can talk about it. It's going to be a great time. Obviously, it's going to depend on the teams, depend on the number of rounds and everything, but it is going to be good for teams of all skill levels to come and have a good time. So please, if you're free, I know it's finals week, but if you're free, come join.
And I think there's a lot of confusion on this. It's being streamed by IPL, but IPL is not the Discord hub for this tournament. If you're looking for the bracket, if you're looking for the help desk, you are saying to go to the Squidboard Discord.
Yes, just enter squidboards.com/Discord. It will take you right there.
And that will be on next week here on IPL. Some quick talking points here. We want to give us some shout out to some staff who helped put this together. Obviously, there's some credits of all the people who were involved behind the scenes, all the great commentators we have, our producer, Ink Fair. I do want to give a special shout out, though, to one of the hardest working people in the competitive Splatoon scene, JPEG. Not only a head TO for High Ink, not only does a lot of work for Super Jump, but has been providing so many great material and trailers, and basically everything you saw media and production wise leading up to this tournament was created by JPEG, the head TO for this tournament. So if you see JPEG out on the Twitter, give him a little pat on the back and a little thank you for creating this awesome event 2 years in a row. And I'm sure he's just tickled to death with the prospect of High Ink 3 coming around the corner. Magic, where can people find you?
People can find me at Magic_Octo on Twitter and TikTok, and people can find me at Magic8_Ball on Twitch if you so care. Popgun, where can the good people find you?
You
who has also done so much work for this event.
Of course, but you can find me taking my wife out to dinner and to the grocery store because we gotta do stuff for the Launch Point tournament that is tomorrow. Or you could also find me at Twitter, Mr_Popgun. And that is going to do it for us here this year at High Ink. We will see you guys back next week for the Squid Board tournament here on IPL. Congratulations yet again to Sanctum knocking off Xylo in a dramatic Game 5 to win High Ink 2 here on IPL.